All righty, good morning, everyone. It's very nice to be with you here in Idaho. My name is David Ramos. I'm with the FDIC. I have the pleasure of serving the FDIC as a senior community affairs specialist, specifically in a division known to us as strategic partnerships and program development. My job today is not to take the spotlight at all. It's just to welcome you. Both Jackie and I are going to be your master and mistress of ceremony. But we wanted to share a little bit about how we got here, and that's kind of what we're up here. But before that, I'm going to let Jackie introduce herself, and then I'll come back on the mic.
I am Jacqueline Davis-Slate, and I serve as Senior Advisor for the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization with the United States Department of Agriculture. And we are excited to be in Idaho. I tell you, flying in from Denver, by way of Denver from Montana, my mouth was open wide. It is a beautiful state. And we are blessed to be here and take in with our partners here at the FDIC, the Small Business Administration, and USDA, one of the best departments in the federal government. I know y'all, we're in competition for you all to really bring the resources and opportunities, not only from our agencies, but from all of the entire federal government. And where we can pair those with the private partnerships, we will do that also. So we are here to serve the great citizens of Idaho.
Thank you, Jackie. And like I said, I wanted to kind of explain a little bit of how this series was developed, how it came to be, and why we're here today, this morning. So this actually dates back to late 2022. We were talking to our partners at the SBA, actually. USDA was not involved at this moment, but we were looking at really the reports that were coming in post-COVID, post-PPP, the Paycheck Protection Program. Great program. Obviously, it was executed under a national emergency. But something that we kept stumbling into every report is that it was designed to help the smallest of the small businesses, the sole proprietorships, businesses maybe that hire under 10 employees. But we kept noticing that no matter where the report came from, it kept saying, however, these small businesses were left out. And there was one reason that we kept kind of reading it. And my boss, Cameron Doss, and his boss, Emerson Hall at the time, who was our associate director, kind of also started stumbling into the same thing, which was a lack of a banking relationship. The small business did not have a representative at their bank or had a bank representative to advocate for them and help them through that process. And, it didn't really sink in on me, just so you can kind of understand a little bit about where I'm coming from. My former career, I was a banker. So I was a lender, a small business lender, and then a commercial lender with a regional bank that is out in the East Coast. My market was Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia, and the suburbs of Maryland that are touching the D.C. area. And one of my clients called me. It was maybe Tuesday, Wednesday night, 9 p.m. Pretty frantic. I had his number recorded. I said, 9:30 p.m. I said, that can't be a good call. So I picked up the phone, and his name is Anthony. And I've told him I'm sharing his story everywhere we go. Anthony and his brother, they own 3 restaurants in downtown DC. Great clients of mine. I established their first lines of credit, their merchant accounts, their insurance accounts, their deposit accounts for their first restaurant. They grew. I think when I left the bank, they were at 3 restaurants, maybe 15, 16 million a year, gross revenues, what they were bringing in through all 3. Employed anywhere between 100 to 120 employees, strong deposits, the relationship that any bank or banker would love. And he's like, "Are you still at the bank?" He said, "Please tell me you're still at the bank." And I said, "I'm not, I'm at the FDIC, I'm recovering, And he's like, "Do you have anyone that I can speak to? Because no one is calling me back." And at this point, he had 2 relationships at 2 different banks, and neither of the banks were picking up his call. Now again, no shame, no shade on the bankers. I know it was a tough time. getting the analysis now and speaking to them. I know it was very difficult to get back to clients. But I said, let me see what I can do. And I hung up the phone and I said, wow, if Anthony and Peter are having a hard time getting a phone call back, how about folks like my father, who are self-employed plumber? They were at it every single day, probably my father using his checking account, his personal checking as his small business account, probably had no clue of who to call in case of that emergency. And that's kind of how we banded together. Then USDA, obviously, they have loan programs geared towards small businesses that are involved in agriculture. So that's how we banded together, the three agencies. We started having webinars and they've grown. So we've taken this to territories like Puerto Rico and US Virgin Islands, all over the Southeast. We did a tour in Mississippi, Georgia, you name it, that we've probably been there. And that's the reason we're here today. We said, what can we do to help small business owners understand, what programs are available, not just at the national level, at the state level, through public dollars, and also other relationships that it's grown. And you'll see on your agenda, we're going to touch on a few other topics. But I've said a lot, and I've explained to you a little bit of how we were created and came to be. And with you, we have a great opening commentator. So I'm going to start here right with my agenda. We're going to leave Kevin, he's going to be giving us some comments from his office.
Morning, everybody. My name is Kevin Arkush, and I'm the Southwest Idaho Regional Director for Senator Risch from the great small town of Gooding, Idaho. Been in Boise here for not too long, but enjoying it. But it's great to be here to discuss small business in Idaho. As former chairman and current senior member of the Senate Small Business Committee, Senator Risch is well aware of the challenges and needs of the small business community, especially in the last few years since the pandemic. And to support small businesses, Senator Risch believes Congress must implement pro-growth policies. And to this end, he supports several tax bills that will provide small businesses relief against inflation, while also incentivizing reinvestment in themselves and their workforce. One such effort I'd like to highlight is the Small Business Growth Act, which would reduce taxes for business owners looking to purchase equipment, such as farm equipment, office furniture, manufacturing tools, machinery, commercial vehicles, and more. And this would ultimately free up resources to go towards employee salaries, materials, and other investments in the actual business. He's also supported repealing the death tax, which really represents kind of an unfair and costly roadblock to maintaining these family businesses, family legacies that we see in these small businesses. And he sees it as a common sense approach that preserve generational farms and other small businesses that are the foundation of our state and small businesses nationwide. He's also co-sponsor of the Small Business Child Care Investment Act, which would expand access to quality child care for small business owners and employees. The Small Business Committee recently approved this bill, so Senator Risch is working hard to keep the momentum going so that it has a chance to become law. And then finally, access to capital and resources has always been a major challenge for small business owners, like you mentioned, and especially in rural states like Idaho. And that's why Senator Risch was really proud to introduce recently the Fast Fix Act, which would connect rural small business owners with SBA awards, and the Small Business Cyber Resiliency Act, which would provide access to cybersecurity resources for small businesses. And with these bills, it gives Idaho small businesses access to resources they need to thrive, while also working to provide those access to those cybersecurity protections that are becoming more and more important in today's technological age. He also co-sponsors the Microcap Small Business Investing Act, which would improve the Small Business Administration's Microcap SBIC license in order to give smaller businesses in rural Idaho and other underserved markets and industries access to this SBA program. And there's many other more bills similar to those that he's involved in as a member of the Small Business Committee. Like I mentioned, he's constantly working on these issues. And I encourage you, if you think of other issues that we should be aware of, to bring them to our attention so we can be made aware and work on them from our position there. And then lastly, I'd just like to highlight two annual campaigns that Senator Risch has been spearheading the past few years. And that's the Support Local Gems campaign to encourage Idahoans to support small businesses. And this campaign, it lasts a week. There's two of them, last 1 week in the spring and summer, and then the entire month of December leading up to Christmas. And the goal is to encourage Idahoans to support small businesses. This idea originated during the pandemic when a lot of small businesses were suffering, and he wanted to encourage Idahoans to support the businesses that are near and dear to them and pivotal for us in employing friends and families and critical just to the entire economy of the gem state that we'd be lost without. And so since then, he didn't want it to just be a one and done type thing. He's continued it well beyond the pandemic because it reminds everybody of the importance of these small businesses that are close to us rather than going to these big box stores. So in closing, I'd just like to say that, and I think Senator Rich would also agree, that American entrepreneurship has made our economy the greatest and most resilient in the world. And Senator Rich is dedicated to supporting small business in Congress and working to ensure they can continue to drive American innovation and prosperity. Thank you.
Next this morning, and providing opening comments will be Bob from the Honorable Senator Crapo's office. And, you know, Bob, we've been back and forth. We've spoken with him over the phone, and, you know, he talked to David about, you know, a lot of our small businesses, our agriculture enterprises don't know what's available at the federal government. And that's why we're here. That is why we're here in this great state of Idaho.
Well, thank you. Welcome once again. Too bad you don't get to go north in Idaho to see the really beautiful part. Well, once again, I'm Bob Sonics, and I have had the pleasure of working for Senator Crapo for the last 6 years. And I'm the state director. I handle economic and business development. I had a lovely visit with David a couple of days ago. It was even yesterday. I thought it was going to last about 30 seconds, but it ended up almost 20 because we are both recovering bankers. And that was one of the reasons I was hired for Senator Crapo, was my banking background. And as you know, he used to be the chairman of the banking committee during the PPP program. And how that's important is I had a lot of former clients and a lot of business owners that called me during the PPP program. And there was a lot of unintended consequences that were in that bill. And my hat is off to the SBA for getting trillions of dollars in a mandate that within several months get rid of it. It caused a lot of people angst, grief, and kept a lot of businesses open for us. But the beauty is that when I received phone calls, I literally would pick up the phone, call my chief of staff on the banking committee. He'd pick up the phone and talk to the Lucian's second person, and we would get things done. So my hat is off to the senator, and also the fact of the other delegation members, because anywhere you go in the United States, we're the only state that has a delegation that works like this. All four of us work closely together. All the staffs work closely together. We carpool when possible. And that's not seen anywhere else in the United States. So we're really fortunate in Idaho to have the delegation leaders that you have. I think that meetings like this are very important. I was talking with David. During my banking years, I never really heard of the USDA Rural Loan Program. And it was never an asset that I ever utilized because I didn't know about it. And I worked in the rural communities around Idaho. I was an ag nerd. So there is a disconnect. And in visiting with David, I would suggest maybe that you figure out how to get what you do out in the public more. One idea might be, in these rural communities, they usually have a rural AM talk radio show. Why not be on there every now and then? You may take some heat from callers because you're using federal dollars, but maybe that might spur some conversation to where you could make the dreams come true of people that aren't bankable. So that's something that I would recommend. And also, I think continuing to have these kind of meetings in rural Idaho. Boise, I believe on the map is CAN, which doesn't allow a lot of your programs to be utilized because of our income levels. But getting the word out, I think, would be very important. That's my opinion. And I am a resource for you. Feel free to call me anytime. I work closely with Kevin and with Fulcher's and Simpson's office. If it's a problem that we need to work on, we will for it. But just consider our office a resource. And then maybe in closing, it was an honor to be here this morning because I think we have a lot of work to do. And if we work together, we can move this forward and give people the financing opportunities that they may not be aware of. So thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Well, very well said. Next on the agenda, Craig Quarterman. I don't believe he was able to be with us this morning, but we're going to go right to a good friend and also leader at the FDIC, Luke Reynolds. He's the Community Affairs Regional Manager for the San Francisco region, which is most of the states here in the West Coast and Midwest. And with you, Luke.
Thank you, David. Before I get started, I was just talking to a couple of people and I realized I probably should do a quick recap of what FDIC and what FDIC does. So we're a federal agency created in 1933 that ensures your deposits and every FDIC member bank in the country. In addition, we're responsible for supervising, basically regulating certain banks. That happens to be every state chartered bank in Idaho, among many other banks. And then we take consumer complaints, we answer questions about deposit insurance, and we put together events like this to help bring together banks and community organizations with governmental partners that can help people achieve their goals and dreams. So again, I'm Luke Reynolds, I'm Regional Manager for the FDIC's Western region. Welcome to everyone who is here. The FDIC is committed to economic inclusion. We want to see the broadest possible spectrum of the population benefit from the services that banks offer, the products and services that banks offer. That helps us achieve our mission of promoting public confidence in the nation's banking system. Small businesses help people build long-term wealth. There's a range of resources for small businesses from the FDIC that I'll talk about a little bit later. Community banks, we know, hold about 40% of all small business loans, yet we know there are also a lot of businesses that don't have a loan. In fact, some businesses don't even have a banking relationship. And that's something that we want to change. We want businesses to be able to work with technical assistance providers, become more bankable, be able to develop banking relationships. So our call to action today is for you to connect with, if you're a banker, connect with a small business or technical assistance provider. If you're a small business technical assistance provider, vice versa. We want to form connections and want to hear about what happens as a result of today. Together, we can build a path to prosperity for everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you, David. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you. Next on our agenda, look, I have to lower this. I'm gonna have to raise it back again for Shannon. Is Shannon Matson. And before Shannon comes up, when we contacted Idaho with the SBA had a little bit of change in leadership. But this young lady was fantastic. And I'm gonna recognize two of our USDA employees when we introduced the USDA folks. But she took this ball and she ran with it. She sent me more emails where I started missing her emails. That's how many I was missing. And I had to go back and say, okay, Shannon, I'm so sorry. And I had to go and sort and go find those emails. That is her passion for helping small businesses in this state. And we truly appreciate everything she did in partnership with us to get this event on the ground here in Idaho. So Shannon Matson.
And thank you for calling me young. I'm gonna try and fix this tripping hazard that I created somehow. Thank you, Jackie. It's just a pleasure to be here, and I appreciate that you guys selected Idaho to bring this to. I was sitting last night preparing for this, and I had to count. We have 8 federal agencies presenting today. I don't think I've ever been to such an informational resource as this. Very honored that they brought this to Idaho. Idaho has a very strong business ethic here, and I appreciate our congressionals. They already introduced SBA for me. We're the only federal agency wholly designated towards small business. It's critically important. Every program we have is designed to help grow and start small businesses. I won't say too much because we are on 3 or 4 panels today, and I don't want to steal the thunder from my teammates. But in a nutshell, we provide counseling for small businesses. When they're not ready to go to lenders, when they're not quite ready to start contracting with the federal government. We have partners, we have the Women's Business Center, we have the Small Business Development Center who's here today. We have SCORE, and we have these funded entities that help one-on-one small businesses get ready. We have several loan programs that we administer through our local lenders, sitting right up front, thank you, Tony, to help small businesses start their dreams. I have a presentation later. 39% of our portfolio here in the Boise district is for startups. So when startups can't get a bank loan, we come in and help. Also, we're on the contracting panel, so we help small businesses get ready to start contracting to the federal government, which is the world's largest purchaser. So everything small business we do, when pandemics hit and emergencies hit, we deliver the crazy, we're building the planes as we fly them, as Jackie referenced. So I'm not going to take too much time because you will hear a lot from us today, but thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Shannon, and thank you again for everything that you did for this meeting. So now you're going to hear from USDA. But before Ben comes up, I want to recognize Carrie Amy. Dale is not here, the state director. He is at another meeting. But when I came in from the start of planning this meeting, and Curtis, I'm going to talk to you about, something. I know Curtis, good friend of mine. I was a former NRCS. But these 2 young ladies just took it and ran just like Jen. I mean, I can tell that they worked well together in the state, and that is such a blessing. But Ben here is from the Risk Management Agency. He's a quiet storm, you all. And I know some of Ben's colleagues at RMA. This is our insurance agency, and they provide a lot of services that a lot of our agriculture enterprises aren't aware of. So I'm gonna let Ben provide some opening comments, and then we're gonna turn it over to Curtis, my good friend from the Natural Resources Conservation Service.
Thank you. I won't say too much because I am on the next panel, and like the lady before me, I don't want to. I'll run out of what to say if I say too much now. But appreciate the introduction. My office is based out of Spokane. We're a regional office. The main tool that we have with USDA at RMA is federal crop insurance. So my office as a regional office covers Alaska, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon. And to take a step back and talk a little bit about myself, I'm a native Idahoan. I'm from a small farm in southeastern Idaho, and I saw a bumper sticker the other day, and it really made me think that this is so true. It said, "I was here before it was cool." And it's so weird to think that Idaho is cool now, when back in the day when I was young, it was not. It was a place that people didn't, you go outside of Idaho, people didn't know. They knew potato and that was it. Yeah, otherwise they thought you said Iowa, so they said, "Oh, you grow all that corn there." I'm like, no, it's wrong I state. So in that farm that I grew up on, we raised about 400 acres. It was potatoes, alfalfa, and malting barley. So I know the challenges of being in a rural setting in an agrarian way of life and the financial challenges. I remember my father, who wasn't always in the best mood because of his occupation, and a lot of times based on the price of potatoes, you could tell what that potato price was because he was either in a good mood or a very bad mood. And there was discussions around the dinner table about, we don't know if we're gonna be where we're at next year at this time. And that was there were stressful moments. I mean, he bore the brunt of it. I was just a farm kid, probably kind of a lazy farm kid because I'm not on the farm anymore. But I appreciate you all being here and the message we have to deliver and the programs we have there. It's kind of, I think, through some of the message and some of the stories that people tell, there are a lot of programs out there that the federal government offers, USDA offers, that we know about, but not all of you know about. And so it takes being in a place like this to deliver that message and make you informed of those programs, or if you can't utilize them, you become trained a trainer and you talk to your peers, your neighbors, those that you deal with in the rural sector and farmers out in agriculture. So that's all I have for now. I'll save the rest I've got for later.
Let me say, this is a good friend of mine. I will say that again. I spent the bulk of my career with the Natural Resources Conservation Service, and Karen, I got you probably deal. But I also was the legislative director for rural development. And I just want to shout out to USDA. We have 29 agencies and offices that are there to serve. Our primary customers are farmers and ranchers. But we have that rural development mission area that is there to improve the quality of life. Over 70 programs there to serve individuals and business, economic development arm. But the Natural Resources Conservation Service is a special place for me. Because like I said, I spent the bulk of my career, and its whole job is to help farmers help the land. And we partner across USDA. We bring it holistically to our businesses, to our individuals, and to our communities. But I have to pay that special note because I've known Curtis for years, and I appreciate everything that he does for the Natural Resources Conservation Service, USDA, and you folks in Idaho.
Thank you, Jackie. You're, I was out of tear in my eye. Anyway, it's good to have the opportunity here to come in front of all of you, and thank you for being here. First, and I want to thank everybody who worked so diligently and so hard in making this possible as well. What a great opportunity to learn more about all of the federal agencies, and I'm glad that we have the congressional support as well. Idaho is very, I think, unique. I've worked in many states in past. This is my 5th state that I've worked in for the federal agency for NRCS. And I've been here almost 9 years now as your state conservationist for the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service. It's been an honor, it's been a privilege. And we have partners here in the state, partnerships that are like none other state out there. We really do work well together. We have the support of so many people, including our congressionals as well, who support us. And in fact, Dave was just asking me, when are we going to get together again and talk about what you're doing and what's up. And Matt, I said, yeah, we need to get together again. I love those kind of conversations that we have. But I always my boss, Astor Boozer, out of Washington, D.C., he always says the West is the best. And I'll say that I've come from the Midwest. North Dakota is my home state. I don't know if you can hear a little bit of my accent. Some people say you sound like a Canadian. Yeah. Or something like that. But I've lived in the West now. I love it out here. So we have a lot of things going on. We have a lot of different programs through the Farm Bill program, which is under the conservation title, is how we get funded. And we have our legislators to thank for that and putting NRCS a priority in our funding. We have been a $4.5 billion agency for quite a few years now. Just recently, through the Inflation Reduction Act funding, we've become an $8 billion agency overnight. And we have a lot of opportunities. We received $19.5 billion here just last year. And so we have opportunities, we have programs that we can deliver these programs that we have. Sometimes I refer to us as kind of like the Secret Service in a way, because sometimes people just don't know who we are, what we do, what we provide. And speaking of secrets, you all know that it's really hard to keep a secret on a farm. You know why? It's the ears. The corn have ears, and the potatoes have eyes. So there you go. There's my dad joke for today.
Yeah.
So at NRCS, we have a long history of working with farmers, ranchers, landowners to identify and address the natural resource challenges that they face, and we all face. Our agency was founded on helping people help the land through locally led conservation that leverages the passion and commitment of agriculture producers. From controlling soil erosion to improving water and air quality, NRCS uses the most advanced science available and a comprehensive conservation planning process to provide producers the technical and the financial assistance necessary to meet their objectives. For nearly 90 years now, NRCS has continued to fulfill this conservation legacy while adapting to changing priorities and assuming new responsibilities to address current and future opportunities. As our customer base expands, there's so many opportunities. There's a lot of new customers out there. Maybe you all, there's new customers here in the audience here today that I'm hoping that we can work with, in the future too. But as our customer base expands, we must adjust our outreach activities to reach new and underserved customers, including urban and small farm producers. Some of those that we work with, speaking of small acreage, small farm producers, we're getting a lot of people moving into Idaho from other states that own, 5, 10, 20 acres and have a few, livestock on it and whatever. Those are producers. We have urban agriculture producers like what I just described. We have wine producers as well. We have organic producers, small acreage. I see those as new potential customers that we should be working more so with. And maybe some of you know who those are out there that maybe haven't been working with us, but maybe should be working with us and taking advantage of these technical assistances and financial assistances that we have. One thing I'm very proud of the Natural Resources Conservation Service. I'm trying not to use acronyms. We're really good at acronym usage, let me tell you. But we are a volunteer agency. We're not a regulatory agency, which kind of separates us from many other federal agencies out there. And we are public servants. And so that's why I'm here, is I love what I do. I love being a public servant. I love helping people help the land. And I've been doing that for 27 years. And I hope I have a few more years in me yet. But it's because of the team I have around me too, and the partners that make it all possible. So I think I'll stop there. There's a lot more yet to say later on, but thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, Curtis, and everyone that gave us open comments. And we thank everybody here. And again, we welcome everyone that's in the audience. And we're going to ask Carrie Hessman, actually, I have the opportunity to introduce her. She's the Administrative Program Director for USDA's Rural Development here in Idaho. So I'm going to have her make her way up to the stage. She's going to be leading us through a discussion around federal resources. I know we have some of our panelists already here. And for those that are not up here yet, if we can transition while Carrie takes the mic.
Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Carrie Hessman. I'm with Rural Development here in Idaho. And so I have to appreciate Ben's comments about Idaho as a native Idahoan. Yes, it is interesting for it to be cool now to live in Idaho. So I am a proud native, born and raised here, and very grateful opportunities that are provided to rural communities. So just briefly, before we get started, rural development, just to give some shout out to our agency specifically, we provide 4 different major programs. So you will hear today for our business programs. We also provide a housing program, which provides low interest rate loans to rural communities, to directly to individuals. We're going to have a community program that provides infrastructure funding and needs to community facilities such as wastewater, water treatment, fire stations, police cars, you name it, anything that needs to make a community work, that program provides funding for it. And then you will hear later today about our telecom broadband program. And so that's rural development in a nutshell. And so with that, I'm going to move on to the panel. So today, our panelists are going to talk about the opportunities that are available for rural businesses. And then also some of the things that they need for communities to obtain the investments in the capitals that they need to strengthen and grow. So with that, they're here to help small businesses to effectively absorb and deploy the capital that's available. So there's a lot of work that has to be done in terms of the type of infrastructure that's available to ensure there's sufficient community capacity in these rural communities to absorb that capital investments that are available. So the goal today is to provide for each panelist to describe their organization and opportunities, and then what applicants or participants like yourself can do in order to obtain those resources from these federal agencies. So with that, I'm going to just go through our panel today. Most of them have already introduced themselves, but just for the sake of time. So we have Tim Wheeler here at the end. He is the Business Program Director for Rural Development. Curtis Elke, I'm not going to overread. I can introduce you. You are the State Conservationist for the Natural Resources Conservation Service. And then we have Jackie Davis-Lay here. She's the Senior Advisor for the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization. We have Thea Jordan, and she is our Lenders Relations Specialist from the Small Business Administration. We have Mark Whetstone. He's our team lead from the USDA Agricultural Marketing Service. And again, Ben Teal, he's the Regional Director for the USDA Risk Management Agency. All right, so thank you everybody for participating. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start kind of in the order that I presented them. And what I'm asking each panelist member to do is please briefly describe your organization and what the opportunities are for small businesses. And that includes like agricultural enterprises. So identify, if you can, what are some of the first steps that these small businesses need and what would make a successful applicant to these programs? So Tim, I'm going to start with you.
Thank you, Carrie. You saved me some time and effort by introducing our agency, so I'll just dive right in. So I'm Tim Wheeler, Director of Business Programs here in the state of Idaho for Rural Development. We have several different programs that can help benefit rural small businesses and ag producers. I should state right away, though, and clarify that we do not directly finance ag production activities through rural development. So Farm Service Agency, who's not here today, they are more engaged in that. They're a sister agency, so that's their missionary area. Ours is more on commercial financing under the business program side. So I just want to clarify that right offhand. But we do have some programs that can help finance vertically integrated ag enterprises and ag-related entities too. So processing, distribution, things like that. So just further removed from the actual ag production component. So the 3 programs I wanted to touch on today that can benefit small business in rural areas and ag producers. Start with the Business and Industry Loan Guarantee Program. And recognize a friendly face out there in the lending community, Tony. You've utilized this program before in the past. So it's a commercial lending program. So it guarantees loans made by an eligible lender to benefit a rural small business. So it's really intended to incentivize lending in a rural community. So it's harder to make a loan in a rural area to a small business. It's just kind of a recognized challenge in the lending community based on collateral issues, a number of reasons. But this program buys down the risk for a lender, allows them to make a loan where they may not be able to otherwise. And so it benefits the borrower directly in the fact that they're obtaining financing, but it also gives them additional flexibility on how to structure that loan. And so we can allow for up to 30-year loan in some cases for real estate and infrastructure improvements. And so that's really it helps maximize the cash flow by reducing that debt service. So it's really it adds flexibility. So that's really the main program that benefits businesses directly. For this program, it is lender driven. So you have to have a lender willing to make the loan to a business in the rural area. So that's really the first step. As a borrower, you need to identify a lending partner. David mentioned how important that relationship is to find that lending partner. It really is. And in fact, it's required for this program before we can actually entertain an application. If there is a potential applicant who does not have that lending relationship and they're kind of in the planning stages, we will refer them oftentimes to the Small Business Development Center, who does offer, and I think you'll be hearing from them later today, different consultation services and planning services, some of, low cost and no cost even, to prospective entrepreneurs. So we send them that way oftentimes if they get to identify a lending partner. Also, we have, I think we'll be hearing from one of our economic development districts, Region 4 later today. So they also provide some planning assistance as well. So a couple of good resources there that we'll point potential applicants to. But the applications flow through the lender. Lender submits them to us for our recommendation and approval. And once we have a complete application, we'll usually have that approved within 2 weeks. So it's for a federal government program, it's a pretty quick one, I can say, from past experience. The next program is our Rural Energy for America program. One of our congressionals mentioned Inflation Reduction Act funds kind of falling from the sky. Well, this is one that for rural development received the most amount of funds that I work in directly. And so it's a quarterly competition cycle. And so applications are submitted usually by the equipment vendors or the contractors helping put together the project. So that's really the critical relationship for the potential applicant, is finding out who they'll be working with to install the systems. But the program provides up to 50% grants for the project costs to purchase and install a renewable energy system or to make energy efficiency improvements to an existing facility. So as far as a program that can help ag producers directly, this one can do that. So it's available to rural small businesses and ag producers. And so the way this program works is they submit the application on a quarterly basis, competes for what typically will be our quarterly state allocation. And then sometimes there's an opportunity for National Office Reserve funds as well for this program. I should mention that another Investment Recovery Act fund that just came out, we just made an award to Boise State Tech Help earlier this week. Called the Technical Assistance Grant Program. And so they received $300,000 to help provide assistance to applicants to apply for this program. So another great resource that just became available. We're excited to see that start working here. The third program I wanted to mention was a value-added producer grant. So this program is available to ag producers to add value to commodities that they currently raise. And so it's a 50-50 matching grant. On the planning side, so we can help provide grant funding up to $75,000 for planning activities. So help providing a business plan, feasibility study, and marketing plan to look at a possible venture to make sure it's a feasible effort. There's also the working capital side of the program that can provide up to $250,000 to implement a plan. And so those working capital funds, that's really been where the most interest has been in this program over the years. And it can help with processing costs and marketing costs. So it does not help with direct ag production, but anything that adds value to that commodity and gets it to market. So that's really the intent of that program. And so with this program, value added, it is kind of usually it's once a year is the funding cycle. It follows the ag or the Farm Bill approval process. So sometimes with the delay in that, they'll end up combining 2 fiscal years. But generally speaking, it's an annual funding cycle, and it normally comes out sometime in the spring. So that's kind of how that one flows. There is a toolkit that's available online. And for the 3 programs that I mentioned today, we have fact sheets out on the table if you want to look at those for more information. But there's a toolkit available. It does take some time to work through. Oftentimes, an applicant will enlist the help of a grant writer. It's not required. If you follow the toolkit, you should be able to submit an application successfully. And we have seen success with that. But we have seen Small Business Development Center in some of our areas of the state help provide assistance in putting that application together. And we've also seen some economic development pros that are supported by Commerce. Through their funding that represent different regions. They provided help with applicants putting this together. And so it's a neat program. It's one of the few that we have that can directly help ag producers. And it's one we've seen a lot of success in over the years. It is a nationally competitive program though. And so we do not get an allocation directly in the state of Idaho. But those really are the 3 programs I wanted to touch on. And just to reiterate, as a federal government and rural development, we are here to help. And we do have programs that can specifically benefit rural businesses and ag producers. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim.
And Tim, if you want to move your chair over, I'm going to turn it over to Curtis and you have a presentation, correct?
Yeah.
Do you want to sit here or do you want to go up to the?
Does it matter?
You can go up to the mic. if you'd like.
All right, I'm back. So I'll start out by saying first that, we have over 30,000 customers out there now, and 30,000 customers are farmers, ranchers, private forest landowners. But we also work in the field of, with municipalities and some of the source water protection programs out there too. We work with that and the water quality initiatives, and we have so many different programs. It's hard to describe each one to that effect. But we've been undertaken here in Idaho with a lot of development, taking over a lot of. That's been one of our challenges. I'll just say in the context and challenges that we've been facing here in Idaho is the influx of people moving in, the uptake of prime farmland, production, egg production as well. It's been a challenge for us here in Idaho. So I'm been trying to figure out how can we work with development. We're not going to stop it, nor do we want to stop it. The economics behind all of that, but how can we work with development here in the state? So I think there's opportunities where you all and us can work together in providing, the programs we have, the programs you have, in working with some of these developers and keeping some of our agriculture production lands in egg production. So first slide, next slide, please. This guy here on the screen, Hugh Hammond Bennett, the father of conservation. Hugh Hammond Bennett led the soil conservation movement in the United States in the 20s and 30s. We became an agency in 1935. It's called the Soil Erosion Service in 1935. Quickly became the Soil Conservation Service in 1936. And then we were the Soil Conservation Service all the way up until 1994 when we changed our name to the Natural Resources Conservation Service, because we felt that we were more than just soil related agency. So anyway, but Mr. Bennett here, he urged the nation to address the national menace of soil erosion and created a new federal agency and served as its first chief, the Soil Conservation Service, now the NRCS. He began his career as a soil surveyor for USDA as he conducted soil surveys and investigated declining crop yields. He became convinced that soil erosion was a problem, not just for farmers, but also for rural economies. So our work is made possible by the Farm Bill and delivering through the host of programs that we have to offer, like the Conservation Technical Assistance Program. I have about 150 staff in the state of Idaho right now. We're staffing up into about 220 staff in the state. It's our goal. We have 37 offices in the state. Almost every county has a USDA service center in it. So we provide assistance, technical assistance. I have biologists, engineers, soil scientists, conservationists, rangeland management specialists, wildlife management specialists, plant science, crop science, agronomists. I have a lot of different diversity of staff that I can offer up for free. It's free to the community, it's free to the producer, the customer out there as well. So what a tremendous opportunity to take advantage of for people that you might come into play with here. So we have a lot of other programs as well. We have the Environmental Quality Incentives Program, which is heavily funded here in the state of Idaho. We have the Conservation Stewardship Program. And both of those programs provide a financial and technical assistance to it. We can go up to 90% cost share on certain conservation practices. And where it all begins is we get out there and we walk the land with the landowner. we establish that relationship of trust first. Them getting to know us, us getting to know them, and listening to them, listening to the land and what it's saying that it needs, and what the producer, what the landowner wants, what their goals and objectives are out there. And then we will together write a prescription of needs, that land, along with the landowner. And then from that prescription of what we call a conservation plan, then we identify which program is best to fit what your needs are out there in the land. So it's really important that we have that opportunity to get out there on the land, walk it with them, and listen to them. I tell my staff, it's the reason why you got 2 ears and 1 mouth. You need to listen more than talk. And there's a lot of knowledge, and nobody knows that land better than that landowner. So listen to them. So that's what we do. We go out there, we listen, we learn, we share our science, our research with the landowner and what we know. Then we prescribe some practices on the land. Next slide, please. So we offer financial and technical resources, like I said, to help producers make conservation work for them. The system of practices we promote is helping them improve their operations, reducing the cost of production and conserve our natural resources for the future. We have over 160 different conservation practices that we pay on. Some are more on the ecological side, like grass planting and soil health type of conservation practices. Others are engineering and practices. You see all the pivot, irrigation, wheel line, pivot, type of irrigation systems out there. We're mostly behind a lot of that. We fund, and I allocate around $60 million right now every year towards those kind of practices out there on the land. So there's finances available to farmers, ranchers, private forest landowners for a lot of different conservation practices that we support and sell. Next slide. So our support is threefold. NRCS provides one-on-one personal advice. Like I mentioned, NRCS helps people make investments in their operations and local communities to help working lands working. We want to boost our rural economies, increase the competitiveness of agriculture, American agriculture, and improve the health of our air, water, soil, and our wildlife habitats out there. NRCS generates, manages, and shares the data, technology, and standards that enable partners and policymakers to make decisions informed by objective, reliable science. Next slide. I'm not sure I covered this. I think it was on the first slide or one of the first slides there, but we pump out over $8 million in payments every day in the nation. So there's a lot of funding that is going to landowners, producers, and although I said earlier that sometimes I feel like we're the Secret Service, there are a lot of people that still know who we are. But those are primarily the return customers. I'm looking for new customers. In addition to the existing customers that know who we are, know what we have to offer. And so again, I'm campaigning up here that I need your help in helping us help you as well find these new customers. And maybe you're a new customer, and I hope you are. But nothing we do could be possible without, you heard me talk about earlier, the partnerships within. And there is no one entity with enough expertise or resources to tackle the challenges that we face alone. Working together, we achieve results that could never have been realized on our own. Partnerships across the state lines, even national borders, across industries, agencies, across the public and private sector will continue to be critical to delivering results for farmers, for conservation, and for the American people. So like I said earlier, I'm very proud of who I represent, very proud to be a
public servant, as well as servant leader here for the state of Idaho. And I really look forward to getting to know you all. I'm going to be here this morning. And if there's any questions that you might have in reference to any of our programs, or so many programs that we have, I could stand up here for 2 hours, but I don't think Carrie would allow me to stay up here for 2 hours. So anyway, we have so much. We have a beginning farmers program in underserved community program as well, where we will pay up to 90% of the cost of implementing some of these conservation practices that I've talked about. So very little money out of the landowner's pocket to get done what they need to get done. Take advantage of this opportunity that is here right now in front of you, and get to know who we are. Visit one of our service centers if you want more information on it too. But thank you, and I'll leave you with one last stat joke here. And so does anybody know what you call a cow that doesn't have a calf? Decaffeinated. There you go.
Curtis.
All right, thank you, Curtis. And now I'm gonna ask Jackie.
That's a tough act to follow, y'all.
You can do it.
I'm gonna do my best.
All right, Jackie, you got this.
So, I'm gonna wear two hats here. I'm gonna wear the hat of the Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization. Then I'm gonna wear the hat of USDA as a whole. I think Carrie asked what is the first step that you recommend for a small business? Go and register in SAM.gov. First step. Because without that UEI, unique entity identifier, you can't access any of these federal resources. And I'm gonna call OSDBU, Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, OSDBU, because it's a long title. What we offer small businesses is that we partner with these buying agencies, and we work to ensure that small businesses has access to the federal procurement process. That's our major objective at OSDBU. And so we facilitate meetings like this and other meetings. We partner with the Apex Accelerator. We partner with the Small Business Development Centers and we partner with SBA, FDIC, and all of these other federal agencies to ensure that small businesses are aware of these resources. From the USDA perspective, the reason why I was brought to OSDBU is because of my work with programs. As I mentioned earlier, USDA has 29 agencies and offices, and OSDBU coordinate with most of those buying agencies, well, all of the buying agencies, but from my perspective, I coordinate with all of the agencies, because one thing about USDA, we can help build small businesses through our programmatic opportunities. Those are the loans, the grants, the loan grant combinations. But from the federal procurement side of things, we can grow small businesses. And so last year in 2022, we haven't finished 2023 yet. Last year, we purchased $10.6 billion in goods and services from small businesses. And OSDBU is that office. We're not an agency, we're the office. So we don't have a lot of funding. We're that office that help to ensure that those purchases were made from small businesses. 65% of the businesses that we purchased from were small businesses. So with that, we're that connector for you all. And then when we go to the programmatic side, that's how we build. We have the Farm Service Agent. We have Curtis with Natural Resources. You're going to hear from Ben with Risk Management Agency. But we also have the Agricultural Marketing Service. That's the agency that provide the marketing opportunities for small businesses, our farmers and our ranchers. That's our buying agency of food products. That's the agency that holds the buying power. They buy for the food nutrition service, and they buy for AMS. So I'm going to be here today if you're interested in any of these resources with the AMS, with the National Institute of Food and Agriculture. That's where our corporate extension is housed. we're here to bring those resources to you all. And so that's just a quick snapshot of what we offer. And you have rural development in our other agencies here, but USDA can really change the life of a small business, an individual, a community.
Thank you, Jackie. All right, I'm gonna ask Thea from the Small Business Administration to take the podium, please.
Good morning. I'm Thea Jordan with the United States Small Business Administration. I'm a native Idahoan. And fun thing is I always wonder where all the Idahoans are. And then I come to events like these and I'm like, here they are. I found you. Hello. So best advice, as small businesses, you want to be prepared, have a roadmap for, the vision that you have for your business and where you want to take things. And if you're not clear on how to execute that, visit a resource partner, the Small Business Development Center, APICS, or Idahoans Business Center. They have phenomenal free resources available to help you. They have experts available to help you. What we do at the U.S. Small Business Administration, we help businesses secure funding by setting guidelines for loans and reducing lender risk. These federally backed loans make it easier for businesses to get the funding that they need. And we have two core lending programs that I was going to touch on today. These are facilitated through your local lenders. One of those is the 7(a) program. And if you'd like additional information on these, we do have a table right out here. You can come speak with myself or any of our team members, and then visit sba.gov for additional information there, or connect with your local lender. But the 7(a) program, that can be used for real estate, working capital, equipment. And then there's also a 7(a) Express program in there. That's your line of credit. And then there's export focused loans. Again, businesses interested in these can contact their lenders. And if you don't have a lender relationship established, we have a really neat tool online called Lender Match. You can go in there and answer a few questions, and it will provide information on lenders you can connect with. And then also, I believe the lenders can reach out to you. So if you don't want to make that initial contact, remove that barrier through Lender Match. Our other core loan program is the 504 program. These are facilitated by our certified development companies. Capital Matrix is an example of one of those. These are fixed rate loans that can be used for fixed equipment and real estate. And our main position here, we can back the lenders and guarantee loans. This reduces their risk and allows them to lend more. We know how important capital is for the success of agricultural businesses and small businesses in general. So we're here to make that possible. I'm biased, but we have a lot of amazing lenders in the Treasure Valley and Idaho. They're very approachable. They want to see small businesses succeed. They believe in our economy. And I just encourage you to reach out to them. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mark Whetstone from the Agricultural Marketing Service. Thank you.
Morning. So I work at the USDA Agricultural Marketing Service, which has, I don't know how many different programs, quite a few, but specifically I'm with the Commodity Procurement Program. And we purchase a wide variety of food commodities that are 100% domestically produced and processed. We distribute those throughout the country through like the National Food Program, tribal organizations, and some food banks. And one of our warehouses is actually just down the road in Nampa. So we actually buy quite a few things to send over to Nampa to distribute further around this area. Last year, Jackie kind of touched on some of the purchase numbers. Commodity procurement purchased right around $5 billion worth of food last year. That's for both international and for domestic and international consumption. So we purchased stuff like fresh and frozen vegetables, canned fruits, dairy products, milk, cheese. There's some pasta products that we produce. In addition, there are all sorts of protein. So salmon, chicken, pork, beef. We recently did a bison purchase from some tribal organizations. I think they're still working out some of the kinks. Hopefully that'll be announced pretty soon. But one of the, one barrier that we do have for small businesses, we currently only purchase truckload quantities for distribution. So we know that can be hard for some small businesses to produce that. There are some commodities that we have 100% set aside for small businesses. I believe fresh apples is one of those. So we only purchase fresh apples from small businesses. But as you might hear several times today, if anybody's awarded a contract over a certain threshold, they're required to do some subcontracting work to fulfill that. We work very closely with OSDBU and SBA and all the others to try and get these subcontracting plans from these large companies. There's all sorts of opportunities. So everything that we buy is publicly announced. So if you produce something and you see there was a large contract, you can pick up the phone and say, hey, how can we help you fill that? So that's part of what we do with commodity procurement. It's rewarding to see USDA foods and food banks and on lunchroom tables and all that sort of stuff. So and then part of my so I'm a team lead, and part of what we do is actually get those vendors on board. So we'll work with you. We've got all sorts of relationships with Apex accelerators around the country. The Bison purchase was actually greatly facilitated with the Montana Apex accelerators as we tried to get the tribal organizations Hub Zone certified. So there are a lot of people working very hard to make that possible, and we're really proud of that purchase, and hopefully we can announce that pretty soon. Yeah, that's commodity procurement.
All right, thank you, Mark. Yes, Mark will be back. All right, and last but not least, Ben, we'll welcome you back to the podium.
All right, Tim, Curtis, Jackie, Thea, Mark. Wow, it's impressive. It's a lot of information, some really good programs. So for mine, I already gave my background. As maybe you could tell, my heart's in agriculture. ARM is missionary with federal crop insurance, and who can utilize it? And how do we help small businesses? Well, it's those in production agriculture, those that grow crops or raise livestock of any size, whether it's very small or very large, up to vertically integrated. However you define a small business, we believe those are small businesses. How does crop insurance work? And why does it exist? Well, crop insurance works in a kind of a unique delivery system. There's a public-private partnership. So I'm on the public side with the government. Government helps develop and design crop insurance. We produce the policy, procedure, and actuarial structure for crop insurance. The private side is there are independent agents out there that are in the business of selling crop insurance. That's how a producer engages with crop insurance. They don't come to me to write a policy. They go out and find a crop insurance agent. When they engage with the crop insurance agent, there's a number, it's over 10, I think it's around 15 possibly, insurance companies out there that exist that do the underwriting of the policy. And so your policy is actually with the insurance company and underwriting it and establishing your guarantee per our rules that we establish in the actuarial structure. If in the event of a loss with crop insurance, it only covers natural disasters, multi-peril, so it covers multi forms of weather-related disasters and price loss. So when you do have a loss, the company provides the loss adjuster per our loss adjustment procedures. So kind of why does crop insurance exist? It seems kind of odd that there's such a thing where you have auto insurance, the government's not really involved in. You have your homeowner's insurance, the government's not really involved in that. Why are we directly involved in crop insurance? Well, crop insurance being multi-peril and it's not protected, it's not a rigid structure. Crops are very vulnerable to weather events. It's too risky in the private sector. The private sector alone cannot insure crops. So the government's involved, it's been involved since really the Great Depression back in the 30s. And with crop insurance and the government involvement, we provide reinsurance to the insurance companies, so that's that financial stability. If there was a substantial disaster somewhere and there's like a hurricane and there's being a lot of losses paid out, there's no concern, similar to the FDIC. Are you going to get paid? Yes, you're going to get paid because the government stands behind it. The private sector is also involved in some of the risk for the crop. So the government's not solely insuring all the risk. There's kind of a risk loss pool. The government also provides subsidy for the crop insurance. So that's where it makes it more affordable for the producers. If crop insurance existed only in the private sector, it would be much more expensive. There's a total amount of premium that you'll see on your bill, but then there's several lines below that. It shows what the government's going to cover, and then it shows what you owe as a producer. So it makes it much more affordable. We also continuously rate the product. So as losses fluctuate, whether there's no losses or substantial losses, we continuously re-rate the product to make it more budgetarily sound, so that in these days of deficits, and we hear about disaster assistance and money going out, there's a lot of stability with crop insurance in that there is a lot of risk sharing amongst the public sector, the private sector, and the individuals that have the insurance themselves. What forms of risk does what forms of risk do producers face? So they face financial, human, and personal, institutional, and production, plus price and market risk. Crop insurance doesn't cover all of those because some of those are human-related events that crop insurance does not cover. But when we cover weather-related events, we're covering that production and market and price fluctuations. So as a producer, my advice to producers, where some producer groups are very well versed on what crop insurance is, and then there's others that are less so, that are maybe we don't have insurance necessarily available for them at this time. But we are more, over time, we are moving in the direction of covering more crops, covering more specialty type crops, looking at more of those producers that are maybe in sort of the suburban environment, urban environment. And my advice to those that to take away from here on how you can learn more about crop insurance or how you engage with crop insurance is, for one, go to our website at www.rma.usda.gov. Search around all you want. There's a tool in there called an agent locator tool. When you engage with an agent, build a relationship with that agent. What's unique about crop insurance, and say as opposed to auto insurance or homeowners insurance, the rates are not competitive in the sense that agents and insurance companies can't compete on rate. It's all the same. That's the government's fixing that structure, the structuralization of it. Where they compete is on the service. They also can't do any rebating back to you to say incentivize you. So how they treat you, how they get to know you, is that service and understanding your operation. And they need to understand your operation in order to effectively insure it. Also keep good and legible records. Most of our insurance is production based on your individual production records. That's also something that's kind of unique about it. It kind of provides sort of an underwriting control that if a lot of losses get paid to you, that's good. It's keeping you in business. That's that financial stability that we provide to you, is that we're not going to make you fully whole because there is deductibles, but we're going to keep you in business to pay off your debts. We're also going to help you collateralize yourself. You're going to look better to banks and lending institutions when you have crop insurance, because there's sort of that stability. The lending institutions see that stability there, that if the worst case scenario happens to you, you have this liability that the government stands by that's going to protect you in the event of that loss. And last and final, in my closing, I want to make mention of the tables that are out here, from some material about crop insurance and some of my other friends here at this table and in this room of some of our programs. We've also laid out some freebies, or I've laid out some freebies. So go take a look, swipe it up, press your friends and relatives about the swag you scored. There's some golf ball towels, there's some ball markers, tire pressure gauges, amongst other things. So that's some good stuff. So thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists for that, those great overviews in their programs, and I appreciate it. And so yes, just to support Ben's comment, yes, please feel free on the break coming up soon, take a look at the tables outside the doors. So now what we'll do is I'm going to turn it over, and if any of you in the audience have any questions, we will take those now for our panel members, and then we'll see if we have any online questions. But does anybody in the audience have any questions for our panel members specifically? All right, Mr. Smith in the back. So the question was, is this being recorded so others can watch this later? Is that?
Yes, we will share the recording. We will also provide some materials. In addition to this, we will share the contact information for all of the panel members, and we will send it out to everyone that registered for the event.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes, and that's a great point, and I do appreciate that. Please tell your friends, share it with your colleagues, other people that, because this is a great resource event. And as Jackie indicated, all that will be available to you after this session. Any other questions?
It's something from Washington. Because this is advertised and I don't know, it's been on a great presentation. Being able to know when things are available in the other states, and I don't know how it's working it out, not out, but it's seeing available in Washington State. So, I don't know how to go about getting that out, but the recording is perfect because there's several people who very much need to hear all of this information to be able to.
Right. So the comment is that we have, this is more for the folks online, and for the recording purposes, is that you're from Washington State, and so you came over because Idaho was offering this session, and if there is an opportunity for these to be shared in other states, will it be marketed out? I would leave that up to Jackie and company to decide that. However, many of the programs that you will hear, and I can speak on behalf of rural development, are available in Washington State as well. And that will probably be the same for all of our agencies, that this information, and I'll look to SBA to comment on that one. So all the agencies, typically these are nationwide, in Idaho and very in other surrounding states. The offerings are going to be, we'll probably see the same type of things utilized within the programs. And so the information will be good to share out, but again, I'll leave it up to Jackie and company to figure out when the Washington event is.
I guess we're going to Washington Day.
I guess
So we make these events regional. Yes, we accept requests from other states, and we appreciate all of you all for attending this session. And we definitely appreciate those that travel from other states, because I think we sent it out to about 7 or 8 states. We try to make them regional and make you aware, because like Carrie said, pretty much every program that's available in Idaho is available in Washington, is available in Oregon, is available in California. And so we have, for USDA, we have offices in every county. Pretty much.
Yeah, representation.
Every county. We have representation in every county. Look for those USDA service centers, and you can go into any USDA service center. If it's not the service center that you fall under, they will direct you to that service center where you are, where your business is located and what service center represent that particular area. And at the same time, because we partner with the Small Business Administration, with the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, with these other federal departments, we try to link if we fall short with providing you, and I doubt if USDA does, I'm saying that. But if we do fall short, we will, direct you to our partners in those other. We don't do quite everything, but we do almost everything. Don't curse. But no, but there are federal resources that's available, and we do try to work across the federal spectrum to provide those resources to help you. We are the federal government. USDA is the people's department, and so we are here to serve, and we try and serve in any capacity. And my information will be available on that email that's sent out. If you need to contact me, and Curtis, no, I do not take no for an answer. I definitely will try to find a resource for anything that you, an issue or challenge or opportunity that you're seeking.
I appreciate that, because I've kind of felt like I've waded through all of this on my own, and having all
No,
of this
we're
in
here.
one spot is great.
This is a lot. It's a lot to take in. And that's why we connected with the local people. You know, it's very important. It was very important to us that we connect you with the local representation. But since you're from Washington, we will connect you with those Washington folks.
Any other questions? Yes, Jerry.
Not really a question, if I could make a couple shameless plugs here.
Do you want to come up to the mic? so
Come up to the
that-
mic. Yes, come up to the mic.
Okay.
All right. This is Jerry Miller from the Idaho Department of Commerce.
Yes,
everyone. Come on, Jerry.
You didn't avoid that lasso.
So shameless plug number one is for an SBA program that is administered by the Idaho Department of Commerce. It's called the State Trade Export Program, or STEP. And this is a grant that can go directly to small businesses to help you sell your goods and services overseas. And there's a lot of variety within that category. So if you're wanting to go on a trade mission, there are grants to help with that. Some of the grants are reserved and set aside for industry-specific sector projects. So that's something to take a look at. Idaho or commerce.idaho.gov for more information on that. Second thing I'd like to plug is business.idaho.gov. And this is a website that's operated primarily by our Idaho Small Business Development Center. On this website, you'll find something called a resource wizard. And the resource wizard will ask you some questions about your business and what you're looking to do with your business in terms of how you're looking to grow or expand it. And then it will spit out a list of resources that might be able to help you do that. Those resources, a lot of those are SBA resources, USDA resources, resources from our friends at HUD and other federal agencies and state agencies that are out there. Third shameless plug is that the Idaho Department of Commerce puts out a newsletter on a monthly basis called Show Me the Money. And in that newsletter, we try to feature grant opportunities for the types of projects and programs that we typically can't fund at Idaho Department of Commerce with state grant dollars. So whenever we hear about a federal opportunity coming up, whether it's a USDA REAP grant, a producer's grant, grants from other state and federal entities, we will try to put those in that newsletter. That newsletter is delivered by email and it's free. And so once again, commerce.idaho.gov, sign up for that and you'll be in the know. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I appreciate that. That was right in line with our panel topic. It's how can we get these federal, even whether they're federal dollars or state dollars, out to our small businesses within Idaho and Washington too. So
Yes.
all right. So looking at the time, so we're a little bit over our time right now, just based on opening remarks. And so any other questions, we still want to make sure you all have the opportunity to ask questions. Well, I'm going to ask one last question of our panel, and you don't all have to respond, but if you have, so one thing that I hear is access to resources, and it's like, where do you get started? So I'm going to ask the panel, and if one or two of you want to come up in the time we have remaining, to give an example of struggles an applicant might have, and what you could give it, maybe an example, like a specific example of how an applicant can overcome those struggles in accessing these federal dollars. Does anybody have a good example? All right, Curtis, come on up.
So first of all, I also work for the Office of the Customer Experience. And under the Secretary of Agriculture, we have, the Secretary has an office called the Office of the Customer Experience. And that's exactly what we're talking about here right now too, is how do you find out? How to apply. First, we have a public affairs person in the room here for us. And yeah, there she is. And it starts there in the marketing of our programs, the websites, keeping our websites up to date with the newest links and everything else. But an example I want to give you real quick is the application process. And we've been really working hard through the Office of the Customer Experience on streamlining and getting rid of the red tape of an application, making it friendly, making it simpler, more understandable, getting rid of the acronyms, kind of stuff to plain language for anybody and everybody to understand. Nobody wants to sign on a dotted line that they don't understand. And so it's our job to make sure that the plain language is out there, that everybody understands our programs, what the intent of it is, the application, the eligibility part of it too. If you're eligible to be a Farm Bill program participant, we have the 1985 Food Security Act as well that delves into the compliance part of it too. You need to be compliant out there as well. What does that mean? You know, I could talk on that for a long time, but I won't. But there's a lot of aspects. So like I said earlier, you need to rely on the service centers that we have out there. Give them a visit.
Yeah.
Walk into them, call them. They'll come out and talk to you. We want to be a convenience for you and not necessarily you be a convenience for us. So let us know what you need, what you want. We'll schedule an appointment, come and see you, come and see them, whoever it is, walk you through the process, the application to contract to whatever it be. And so we've been working on that.
Great. Thank you, Chris. Yeah.
Oh, I think
You look like you were about to get up. Come on up, sir.
I was just gonna tag on to that, just echo what Curtis said, that there's service centers in almost every county. I mean, you're not gonna find RMA service centers, but you're gonna go to an FSA or an NRCS service center, and so how do you find out about programs? You just not, I mean, yeah, you look at a website, but which website do you go to? How do you sort through the information? Sometimes you can just go to a service center and just walk in, identify yourself and just start to talk and say, I'm so-and-so, this is sort of what I do. Do you have any programs to help? And I think there's kind of an informal series of checklist questions that whoever you're talking to is going to say, well, I can help with this, but I can't help with that. I'm going to point you to, that's a conservation thing. I'm going to point you to NRCS, or yeah, that's a farm program thing. I'm going to help you with FSA, or no, that kind of sounds like you have some risks associated with weather. That's a crop insurance thing. You need to find a crop insurance agent. Or, well, okay, you're not covered by maybe, there's wheat policies, but there's not an asparagus policy. What do you do? Well, I think they've got some other product called Whole Farm, but again, I don't understand, but talk to an agent. This is how you can find an agent. I think somewhere that we need to improve on and that we are improving on is underserved communities. And in the case of crop insurance, we are promoting and putting money behind recruiting and educating crop insurance agents and insurance personnel and loss adjustment that come from underserved communities, because how you reach underserved communities is you find people that come from those communities that look like them, speak like them, and understand their culture and background. So we at RMA, and I think some of the other agencies, are working towards that as well, to reach out to those that we haven't traditionally reached out to in the past.
Thank you, Ben. Any of our other panel members? Let's go. All right. Okay. So I'm looking at the time. We are about 10 minutes behind our schedule right now, which is just fine because we will have some opportunity to make that up during our lunch period. So with that, what we'll do is we're going to take a break right now and we will convene. And so panel members on the second panel, please be up here and ready to go, as well as you, the audience, in your seats at 10:40. Thank you.
I will run and I'm gonna turn that off.
Yeah. We don't need it until.
Sorry,
Blind.
you're blind.
I'm very
Martin's
sorry.
blind.
I was like,
yeah, oh, come back over. And then I'm like, no, you should have just stayed there.
Well, we can cover it, but anyways.
Let's just turn it off. Let's go. It should have a sleep mode.
That, is it that?
Yeah, I think it's
Push it on.
Oh, wait.
Or is that one of these and shut it there? There we go. Because I do such have a.
Yeah, no.
A contract is just.
Good. And I haven't gotten any questions in the chat, so.
We'll leave on. Okay.
Yeah, nonstop.
Yeah, we're good. I think we're well. Yeah, we're only.
Gathering these because they're like. It's a reverse contract, so you don't really present.
And that was, I thought it should be back, we've been there. For I can't remember, but, I'm waiting for that because I gotta do my SBA stuff. I'm waiting on the-
Yeah, well, the last one we did is of course.
Should I do things I wasn't sure of, and I.
The boss hasn't said when we're gonna do it.
Sure, I'll try to.
Okay, perfect.
But I always.
Send more information. Yep. We'll send you an invite.
Right, I mean, well, and I just wonder if. And I guess, that was the question. So she You need the dollars. So that was, okay. Yeah, we are, that is my next, I want to get the SBA and the WSB stuff set up before then I go into the APEX, you know, the APEX samples first, and then I'll read that, you know, yeah.
I'm sorry to hear you say because if you're not dealing with regular apex accelerated completion, you're offering the same registrations as any other certification.
Well, I found a loophole that I was negative probably getting my case number, and then, but I tell you what, sorry, John.
Don't find it. All.
I didn't know you guys did the. Well, that's good to know now. I think how to flag. Oh, okay. So we got some negative feedback. I would give it to IRS. I don't say something to IRS. Well, it's done. I wish you could. Yes.
I did want to give you my card though. Maybe I can help find you.
Well, and that's why
I don't know how the government agencies work to outside banks. So I literally just texted my boss, I'm like, you have to pay that.
Don't struggle with any of that number.
We're up in Puerto Rico.
We do work with outside entities on marketing.
We waste a lot of time.
I did.
On the system.
Video
I
aids,
did.
Matter of fact,
all that stuff.
Your certification.
Introduce you to one of my public affairs officers. Have you met Carly?
No. No, but one of the things I really had
Okay, I've already started
a
getting.
geo-targeting campaign that I had where we can literally,
My card, all my cards out.
Oh, I grabbed one. Yeah, I did. I got one. Here's an extra for.
Oh, she's right there.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm gonna use the restroom really
Okay.
quick before
All right.
we reconvene.
I remember. Yeah. Hey, I've been trying to get hold of them. Oh, yeah. Good.
All the disadvantaged business, they're required, if they do federal contracting, to have a small business office. And so, usually online, just type in whatever company, like I'm looking for a good Mac. You can type in Hewlett Packard, and then I can search a small business office. It'll come right up with a small business office. Part-time now, they're trying to we're funded by.
California, Davis.
A year ago,
Happy to be here. I have kids, so I can't really stay. I fly out of work. Wonderful.
Well, DLA was the department also down. Now we're up to Yep, and DOD is using us to do, and they have broadened our service. SBIR, SBTR.
Yeah.
David, I'm checking out, calling Jonathan.
No, I'd say not even most of them. There's.
The one that handled the IT.
Yeah, see if we can get an extra mic.
That's true.
I am not, I know, I am with, we just say we're a nonprofit, we're not a government agency, but we administer government. You're with FDIC. Yeah.
He was
Yeah, he just reached out to us.
There's a website.
Oh, that was. And we're.
But it's widely used. You know, they're having to get construction out of my team. Yeah. Okay. Send me an email, or I will send you. They have my partners. Over there.
Hi, Madeline, this is Jackie. I'm sending you a file.
It is. So, Spike, an expert, 5, if you will, search, but more so an expert in what's the most like I don't know. Absolutely. So Spike reports for he's the regional manager for most of the Western country. Idaho split in half. So they know this geography, they know it's market. They know enough to get themselves our office is different.
No. It's legit. It's not a secretary.
We are. I can go anywhere in this case.
Did you bring business cards with you?
But you're gonna have it.
Okay.
I can print it out.
When I hear FDIC having worked at bank.
I forgot. I changed first.
And so, it's so motivational for each of you.
Forgot to add.
We hold, every year, we hold a small business contracting symposium in the state of Idaho. So, and I like to have points of contact for people that are in the contracting world that we can invite. It's a reverse vendor trade show where we stick our agency folks folks and tables and chairs, and all the vendors get to go around and talk to one-on-one. It's not time. So they get to spend as little or as much time as I need with you. Okay, will do.
So we are.
Boise State.
Right.
Okay, have it.
I'm glad you stayed here.
Yeah, you'll meet my boss. She'll be here for the afternoon presentation. Find
Offices in other states, but we do have representation. Despite being one of them. He's based in California, and covers. Actually, was with us. We were in business in Montana.
Oh, we have questions.
He's out of San Diego, but so is Montana, Alaska, Guam, Hawaii. And then all those folks. And in that office, the San Francisco region, we have some folks that are kind of we also have directors for supervision. So there's.
No, it was great.
But
No,
it is
great
pretty big.
questions.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people realize that.
Okay. Was there any
There are
questions in the chat
local experts in their respective areas.
from the last one, Jack?
I'm answering it right now on mine. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I didn't know how to.
Really?
My whole life has been lending for small businesses.
Okay, so it's all small business lending. And regions too.
Yeah, Region 4 is references an area.
Hey, Carrie,
South.
Carrie, you all are mountain time, right?
All right, I'm calling panel number 2 members. Please come up to the table.
Yeah.
Stay home. Have to get on a plane. So,
Are they asking questions now?
I had one. Now me and this is, I answered it. I responded to it. I responded to it. Oh, excellent program so far. Good.
All right. Well, thank you. Welcome back. I know we still have some folks here in participating in person that are still enjoying their break, and they'll be joining us shortly. But I would like to welcome our second panel members up to the table. And so this panel, while the first one was talking about the federal opportunities, this one is small business owners unlocking small business capital. And so this is looking at it from a different perspective. And so what it is again, looking at the opportunities that are available for small businesses when accessing through financial institutes rather than the federal government. And so these are the options. They're going to provide some opportunity to discuss some options for opportunities to accessing funding for startup and growth as well. So the goal is to learn about funding to enable economic prosperity from various lending sources. So our panel members today, and again, I'm going to introduce them in order. And so we have Rob Atkins, who's the Senior Loan Officer for Region 4 Development. We have, you're on this one too. All right, as he makes her way, I'm going to go next to Scott Madsen. He's the Director of Relationships and Marketing for Crowdfund Better. And Sophia, she was on our panel 1, and so we are going to go again with
with this one. And so she's the, again, lender's relationship specialist from the Small Business Administration. And then we have David Ramos, who's, as you heard earlier, he is the Senior Community Affairs Advisor for the Depositor and Consumer Protection of the FDIC. And last but not least, we have Alyssa Peterman, who is the Business Development Manager for MoFi. So thank you all panel members for coming up to the table. And so very similar to how we did the last panel, what I'll ask you to do is just provide a brief overview of your programs available for funding for small businesses. And then identify what makes good applicants, like what are the kind of applicants that you're receiving, and some of those successes that applicants have had utilizing your funding source. And so I'm going to go in the same order, very similar. And so Rob, as you got the lucky hot seat there, so I'm going to start with you, and you're welcome to come up to the mic and provide your overview. Thank you.
I'm trying to get a lot tonight.
I thought we do ladies first. I can go. My name is Rob Atkins. I work for Region 4 Development. We're a nonprofit organization located in Twin Falls, Idaho. We lend in the South Central Idaho area as well as the Treasure Valley. We are not a government agency. We are a nonprofit organization that administers a variety of government lending, small business lending programs. We are small. We have about 12 total employees, of which 4 of us work in the loan division. So we administer a variety of programs. All of them are federally funded, some of them through the Small Business Administration, some of them through USDA, some of them through the EDA, Economic Development Administration, and then more recently, we do have a program funded by the Department of Treasury. But we don't, and our customer really is not the small business owner per se, it's more so the financial institution. We, from an awareness standpoint in marketing, we really work with banks and credit unions to make them aware of the programs that we offer, so that they can then bring their business owner to us, and then we can engage in the conversation with them. That seems to be a more effective way to get the word out, is to work through financial institutions, because most small business owners already have a banking relationship established. And so as they go to their bank and the bank lacks ability internally to get it done fully, then the bank will bring us into the discussion to help with it. So that's really how we work. We don't help our customers, small business owners, become experts in our program. We really, as was mentioned on a previous panel, are there to listen and learn about the small business and what they do, what their needs are, what they're trying to accomplish. And then we try to then match up a program that meets those needs. And so many of our borrowers probably don't even know what pool of money the dollars came from that provided them a loan, but rather it met their need was more important. We do provide small business loans for real estate, for working capital, and for equipment. And I really, not trying to be cute or funny, people say, what is your specialty, or what types of loans do you want? We like any kind of loan that's legal and has a likelihood of repayment. And that's really, it's no more complicated than that. There's no particular industry sector that we specialize in. We're in a small community, and so it's all over the board. I know USDA is here. We would like to do more production ag, but we just don't see much production ag come across us, but our programs are eligible for production ag. I grew up on a family farm and spent the first half of my career doing ag lending, but we don't see a lot of production ag, but we have the capacity to do so. We've done storage units, we've done restaurants, we've done medical. It's really all over the board in terms of small business types. The only thing one thing we don't do is an investor type activity. If it's a passive business where they're buying a business just to earn a monthly check
through the rental of real estate, that does not qualify. They have to be actively engaged in managing the business. And so really, it's number one, is it business eligible? Is the purpose of the business type eligible? And then secondly, what is the likelihood of repayment? And so we analyze actually tax returns and projections. And really, there's two types of businesses: those that are in business that want to grow, and we do a lot of that. And the second type is, as you'll guess, is a startup, someone that's wanting to start a business. And for those, we have an initial conversation with them. They tell us their idea of what they want to do to start a business. But usually their plan is not very well developed yet. And there's a lot of homework they need to do before they're ready to talk to us. And so we're going to refer them to someone like the Small Business Development Center to put together in writing a business plan, to talk about what's the product or service they're selling, why anybody would buy it, how they're going to market it, what are their staffing needs, and get a written plan on this business plan, and then put together financial projections to see what the likelihood of repayment is. And then they're ready to come and see us, and we can have a good conversation about whether or not they qualify. Good applicants, and I'll wrap up with this. What's a good applicant? Number one, they have sufficient experience in the industry in which they want to grow or start a business. That's really the first place. It really all comes back to management. And secondly, they do have to have something at risk. They need to have typically the numbers. If it's going to cost them $500,000 to start this business or to expand this business, 10% down minimum is really the starting point, either in the form of cash or land. So they have to have something at risk. And then they need to have good personal credit. So I think those are three things I think about: good personal credit, something at risk, and adequate experience in what they're doing. So with that, I'll sit down.
Thank you, Rob. All right, now next up, we'll turn it over to Scott.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Scott Madsen, the Director of Relationships and Marketing at Crowdfund Better, which is a fancy term of basically saying I'm here to take care of our clients. We are Crowdfund Better. We've been around for over a decade, working with small business owners, entrepreneurs, hobbyists turned full-time CEOs for nationwide, not exclusively rural or urban. We work with everybody in between, and we really work to help folks rally their communities to support them in seeing their funding business goals, whether it's as a startup or if you're an established business. A lot of folks are maybe not necessarily eligible or looking for a loan, especially in these current market. It's not so easy to qualify, even if you're an established business, depending on what you're looking to fund. We like to think that crowdfunding is kind of the 21st century version of fundraising, where if you can rally your community, if you have a community that believes in what you're doing or contributing to the community, then you're probably a good starting candidate for a crowdfunding campaign. It's not about begging. It's not about desperation. We like it as really an opportunity to do a business development process. We do a lot of training and coaching. We're not going to be the one giving you the check. We're not going to be the one finding the private investors or angel investors, but we will help you really learn how to develop your marketing assets and systems so that way you can be able to communicate with your community or build your community if you don't have those systems already in place. So we're not a nonprofit. We are for profit. Education generally doesn't have a lot of grant funding when it comes to crowdfunding if you're not going to be able to basically get interest back like some of our lending colleagues here in that sense. So with crowdfunding, we really look at how you can build your cash flow. If we work in conjunction a lot with lenders and folks like the SBDCs, women's business centers as well. So that way we can kind of plug in the difference where you can be able to figure out your financial needs, financial planning and things with like SBDCs and your lenders. But maybe you don't qualify for a loan, so why not start with raising some capital first from your community to then be able to qualify for a loan. So we really look at not just the immediate, but also the long term. How will this impact your other capital needs moving forward? We provide a lot of coaching and courses. That could be everything from DIY to actually kind of being like your coach running alongside you, where as you're running that marathon, preparing for launching a campaign, we'll be the ones to help you kind of avoid some of the potholes on that journey so you can have your best chances of success. Obviously, we're called Crowdfund Better, not Crowdfund Guaranteed. So it ultimately goes to really you being able to have that ability to rally your community, communicate, and give the support. A lot of our clients in the past have said, well, what if I'm too small to crowdfund? And it really ultimately, again, goes down to, well, what happens if your community doesn't have your business around anymore? It's a different way of looking at crowdfunding as opposed to it being, I'm desperate, I need money. It's more, I need your support to be able to accomplish what I'm looking to accomplish, stay in business. So this applies to just as much restaurants as it is product creators, as it is obviously agricultural, rural businesses. Because if you don't have the plot of land, it's going to be hard to farm. But if you can raise funds to be able to purchase that land or lease the land, then there's ways to be able to go from there. And obviously building up your collateral and things like that as another way to then have a healthier conversation with lenders and bankers when you have something other than your house to put up. So we look at crowdfunding as a shared risk opportunity where it's not just put on the business owner to do it all, but have the support from your community, which generally translates to a lot of non-financial benefits as well. When you come to thinking of market testing or customer acquisition, or maybe you want to develop a new product, but you got to raise the funds to be able to manufacture it. How do you do that? Why not start with doing a pre-sales campaign with your customers that already love what you do, know that you're able to actually deliver, and then expand your product from there. Or find out that there isn't any interest, and then you haven't manufactured 100,000 items that are sitting in your barn gathering dust that nobody wants to buy. So now you're not in debt for something that you're not selling. Great way to be able to share that risk. So we offer a lot of online courses, assessment as well. We're all virtual in that sense. So although we are based here in Boise, we do most everything online to make it easier because not everybody can drive in to Boise, especially if you're in further flung areas of the state. And so we will be able to do that, like I say, virtually and on your timetable. We work with you to be able to figure out what's going to make the best sense. If you haven't spoken with a lender before you figure out how much you want to raise, maybe you want to do that first to find out what that kind of down payment could be to help you access additional loans. If you have positive cash flow or equity injection needs, that's not going to necessarily be something you'll get from a loan immediately, but if you at least raise those funds first, that could possibly make a much smaller loan more possible for you to then really get the funding that you're looking for. So we really look, like I say, as that kind of broad spectrum of where in the capital stack could crowdfunding fit for you. It's not good for everybody. Not everybody's comfortable asking for money from their community or family or strangers. But we like to say, go with the people you trust first. And usually that is going to be your family, your existing customers, your community. Because again, if you're not around, how are they're going to continue to be able to benefit from your business, or if it goes away, what's left in the community? So that might sound a little gloom and doomy, but we really like to look at it in the positive way, where if your business didn't exist or maintain or become an actual existing business in the community, then what is your community going to be missing out on? So hopefully they'll be there to rally to support you to maintain and develop from there. Our ideal customer really, I would say, would be somebody that's passionate. That's something you can't train. That's something you can't buy. If you believe in what you're doing, if you know the value of that and your community equally does, then you're going to be an excellent candidate for folks to be able to support you to raise the funds that you're looking to raise. So I guess I'll leave it at that, but we're always looking to work with folks from all across. Thank you.
All right, and I'm gonna welcome Thea back up. My notes were not right. I'm just giving an extra plug for our Small Business Administration folks. So thank you, Thea, for entertaining us again.
I'm like, if you saw me rapid firing with my pen up there, I was just trying to get up to speed. So I love what you said about your community, what's your community missing out if your business is not in it. And we know that agricultural businesses, are the backbone of America. They are so vital to what we do all day long. We eat all day long. So, we need them to be successful. As mentioned before, I'm the LRS with the Small Business Administration. We offer a lot of loan programs, 78504, export loans, SBA Express. One thing I didn't touch on before was micro lending. We have a micro lender here in the Treasure Valley, Janice. So they're able to offer different structured financial opportunities. So they're worth checking in on if you're not ready to qualify for, traditional lending. Some things I just wanted to touch on, doing your homework ahead of time. We were speaking with some of the guests out in the foyer, and there's a lot of information to sift through. And there's not necessarily a centralized location for you to go and find the exact answers you need. And you just don't know what you don't know. So you're going to need a mentor. You can find those at the SBDC. You can find those just by exploring your options. So if you go to Crowdfund Better, for example, or, Region 4, and you're not necessarily ready for either of those opportunities, they're going to open doors for you to get you towards your goal. And a lot of these programs they're bridges, right? So you're trying to get somewhere and you don't know how to do it, but you can, cross a bridge to get closer to your goal, or maybe your goal isn't what you thought it was to begin with. So that's really important to consider. So if you feel like you're hitting walls as you're trying to become lendable, or you're preparing to become a good applicant for lending, just one foot in front of the other, don't give up. And, have your credit history taken care of. And if you don't, there's resources for that, your business plan in place, and just really understanding how you're going to execute these goals that you have. I like to challenge entrepreneurs to have, a 3-year, 5-year, and 10-year vision. Likely your 5 and 10-year vision is going to change, but the roadmap to that 3-year vision is going to tailor what that vision in 10 years does look like. So there's just so many resources available, and I kind of threw this together on the fly. So thank you for having me again. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, that was my mistake. So, all right, with that, I'll turn it over to David. Thank you.
All right. Hello again. And also, if those of you following with the agenda, I'm substituting James Clark. He wanted to excuse himself. His doctor told him he could not fly, so he's home resting. But I'll do my best trying to fill in for him. But I'll talk to you a little bit about the FDIC, and also I'm a former banker, so I'll probably wear 2 hats, former small business banker, to kind of give you that advice as well to when engaging lenders. At the FDIC, obviously, we are in the Community Affairs division or department, and our goal is really to develop bank-community partnerships, relationships. Today's conference is an example of that. We want to definitely make small business owners, as well as those organizations that support small businesses, aware of how they can partner, how they can work together. I'm sure most of you are going to be leaving here today thinking, I didn't know that X, Y, and Z was an option for me. And I think that's the goal of what we do. We try to bring these folks together in one room. Just to give you a little color, we look at really economic inclusion areas, and we have 5 different verticals or 5 different ways that we look at these. One of these is small business. So that's why we're here. Another one is, more consumer on the consumer side, which is access to financial education, access to bank accounts and insured deposits, if you will, safe and affordable credit, as well as affordable housing. So you'll probably see those of you that are on our newsletters, events around those areas in your area. But I want to talk to you a little bit about how we do this in the small business space. We do have different partnerships, different organizations. SBA, USDA is one of them. But we like to host these events really to kind of learn what's going on, such as roundtables in the community, to kind of provide some feedback, gather some intelligence, and then come back and provide some sort of solution for the consumers that we support or that we help. Our primary client are banks. It's, we don't have a lot of programs that are directly to the consumers, but we do help them help the consumers. We do help them get to the end goal. As far as how we do that is through technical assistance. We have an opportunity for banks, credit unions, CDFIs, those community development financial institutions, local lenders that are probably thinking of how can I provide something to my community that can help them, that can help advance, especially small businesses. We have a program called Money Smart for Small Business. It's a 13-module program that was co-developed actually with the SBA some years ago. So we have that existing program that we sponsor and that we train the organizations on there. If you are an organization that helps support a small business or small business owners, and you need training or you need assistance, please talk to us. This is a program that we have. We have experts dedicated to them regionally and also in our home office, where we're training or rebuilding capacity with instructors and those organizations that are reaching out through financial education. We train your trainers, if you will, and get them up to speed. We currently have a program that we're working. It's a pilot, so we're working with a few organizations. Most of them are CDFIs, most of them are local lenders that are serving the Spanish speaking population in the US. So a lot of them are either looking to revamp their financial education programs or even launch financial education programs. So they're sending their trainers to us to get trained, but also we're helping them with that launch. We don't leave them alone, and we come in and hopefully provide some guidance. I think the biggest guidance is that we have access to organizations that have done this, banks that have done this, from small banks to very large banks like JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, that use our programs, and we can match them, if you will, almost as a mentor protege sort of relationship. So those are the ways that we're helping. One of the things that I know James would like me to share is also when we find out about federal programs or even just programs that help small businesses, we like to promote and we like to help get that word out. The State Small Business Credit Initiative is one of those programs. I'm not sure if many of you have heard of it, but it's a program sponsored through Treasury. $10 billion was deposited to local economies or state coffers, if you will. So each state received a sum of that amount. I believe Idaho received $65.6 million of that. It goes into two programs. I think there's a 40-60 split in the programs. One of them is the loan participation program. The other is a collateral support program. So just to give you a little color as to how it works, and I'm not the expert, but I can get you to the experts. And just we've had a lot of contact with both Treasury and the SSBCIs locally. But the loan participation is actually the state comes in and purchases a portion of the loan or assigns a junior loan. If you are requesting a pretty large amount, we'll take, if you will, a second lien position. So that's the way that the states usually participate. To the earlier comment that it helps get that loan to the finish line. Again, those details, since they are state specific, I would refer you to someone here locally in Idaho. But also the collateral support program, where if you are short collateral, the SSBCI program has the ability, or through the state, or basically the local lenders, and I want to say that I think one of the lenders up here works with the program, not in this state, but in a different state, where they're putting money as your collateral. They're putting that deposit as their collateral. The reason why we kind of thought it was a great idea to share, because we are going to rural communities, communities that are engaged in agricultural businesses. We read a study, I think Drexel University, just kind of reviewing some of the SSBCI programs that came out in the first tranche of the first wave of it in 2010. They used the state of Georgia as an example, but I got lectured 2 days ago by Herb, who is in Montana, that program was actually launched in Montana prior to Georgia. So I'm gonna make that correction. But what it does, it puts these dollars into the hands of local lenders, those small banks through the program in Georgia. I remember it stated that it helped Georgia reach 20 hard to reach or hard to lend counties in rural markets because they were putting these dollars to work through CDFIs, through the local lenders, through those folks that had those relationships, probably where a bank wasn't fulfilling it, and most of the time, this is the magic of that program, that it works with those hyper local institutions. And again, Iowa does have that funding through Idaho has that funding through these two programs. Again, James is probably the expert, but he also has a team here locally that can guide you if any of you have any questions. So I'll leave you with that.
Thank you, David. I appreciate that. All right. Alyssa. All right. Thank you.
Hey, everybody. My name is Alyssa. I'm with MoFi. We are a CDFI, so you just heard about what those were from David. We're also, like Rob mentioned, a nonprofit lender. So thought I could talk a little bit about what we do, where we serve, and kind of the crossover with everybody else here on the panel. I'm home based in Montana. I will also tell you, Herb, who runs the program there, is very proud of that first to market deployment for SSBCI, so I'm sure he did correct you. We do loan participation with SSBCI in Montana and also Utah, but we serve 7 states in the Rocky Mountain West and now 5 states in the Midwest. So we are home based in Montana, but have an office here in Boise and spend a lot of time down here working with small businesses. Like Rob and Region 4, we work with folks that aren't eligible for traditional mainstream financing. So typically we get referrals from bank partners who have a customer that doesn't quite fit the requirements for receiving bank financing and will connect us to hopefully help start or grow that business for the small businesses. We work as an SBA partner. We provide microloans and also have a program like the 7A that's a guarantee specifically for CDFIs. So do work as a partner with the SBA and also heavily rely on our SBDC partners for support for those businesses that aren't quite ready for financing. Also, like Rob mentioned, we want to work with any customer, any kind of loan for the most part that is legal and has a high likelihood of repayment. I really like that. I'm probably going to use it moving forward. I know there's a lot of resources here for agriculture, and we aren't an agriculture lender. I thought that would be helpful to mention. We focus on kind of Main Street small businesses. So we work with a lot of different businesses, unfortunately, just don't know how to underwrite agriculture. And so we leave that to the experts, which there are a lot in the room. We work with, a lot of startups. I would say probably 50% of our loan volume is to brand new business. So we're very comfortable underwriting to projected income. And again, rely on our SBDC partners to help with the business planning and early support of getting that business ready to request financing. Once they become a customer of ours, we work to get them back to a lender long-term. We worked with that referring lender to overcome the barriers that were in place that prevented them from getting a bank loan and want to get that relationship transferred back for the long term. We try to do that in 2 years. It depends on what we're working on, but we provide technical assistance, particularly financial, in helping them understand how to read financial statements and become an attractive candidate for bank lending. And that's our end goal. So our model is that we want to help those businesses start or grow, work with them to get them what we call bankable, and send them back to their lender long term. We know that banks can provide all the support that small businesses need, services like credit cards, long-term operating lines of credit, future opportunities, and we just try to help them get in a place where they can have that support for the life of their business. Let's see here. It's also helpful to know a little more about crowdfund. I think when we can't help someone, we want to have a resource for them, whether it's they're not quite ready for us either and they need some sort of credit building or additional work on business planning. we like to stay connected to our community partners so that we know who to send them to. And then hopefully they do that work, come back, and we can help them with the financing. Also mentioned a little bit about SBA. We do some work there. Earlier you mentioned Capital Matrix. They're a CDC here in Idaho. I know there's one lender in the room. One, yeah. If you do any 504 lending, we also can provide some bridge financing with Capital Matrix if that ever comes up. But that's kind of what we do. It's a nice bookend. I know Rob started, we're very similar. We do serve some areas outside of Idaho. I think that's the big difference. But also, if there's anything that you have available, certain products, we like to know what that is so we can trade business back and forth to just help the customer in the end. So, thank you.
And thank you to all of our panel members for their overviews. So now, questions from the audience. I already see one. Shannon, what's your question?
Yeah, I'm just gonna put the spotlight on Scott for a little bit, and I know, welcome.
The non-lender.
You're the unique
Yeah.
one of the group.
No, you gave a great introduction, and I know a lot of people think of crowdfunding as, oh, I have to ask for money, or there's kind of that stigma around it. But maybe you can discuss that there's different approaches to crowdfunding, because I know when we first met with your company, it was really eye-opening to me. Like when you crowdfund, you can exchange it for product or even equity, or there's different ways to crowdfund.
Yes.
So maybe you could hit on that.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
So I'll just say this, for those on the call, the question was, a further explanation of how crowdfunding works, those mechanisms that Scott and his company have utilized to get that working. So I'll turn it over to you.
should I be up there?
You are welcome to or not.
I'm loud enough. If everybody can hear me fine, I'm fine sitting here too.
All right,
so
perfect.
I don't need to kick you out of the podium. But yeah, one thing that a lot of folks don't realize about crowdfunding is that it's not just a donation. It's not just for nonprofits, or if you're unfortunate to have had your restaurant burned down or something, that you're there for the sympathy of your community exclusively in a time of disaster or need outside of your control. We really approach crowdfunding as a way to leverage up your business, build up your business through crowdfunding. There's actually 4 types of crowdfunding, as Shannon was alluding to. So donation obviously is kind of more the GoFundMe route, maybe you've heard of, but that's generally more of what we would consider a personal cause round. Unless you're a nonprofit, then obviously donation crowdfunding would be an excellent fit, because that's kind of just a part of your normal fundraising scheme anyway. And that we've actually worked with a lot of nonprofits in that sense of building in crowdfunding campaigns for specific projects, or ways to be able to develop additional programming that maybe doesn't come in the normal fundraising scheme. You may have heard of crowd lenders like Kiva. That's actually crowdfunding as well, where you're going to your community to raise funds that you'll eventually be paying back that loan from your community, though, as opposed to from a traditional bank or lender. So that's the kind of unique aspect of Kiva. And usually those are up to about $15,000. So there is limitations with crowd lending like Kiva in that sense. Then the more kind of ubiquitous crowdfunding that a lot of folks know of is what is considered rewards crowdfunding. So that exchange that Shannon was referring to, where if you provide me a pledge for products that I'm looking to manufacture with the funding that I raise from this campaign, then once I manufacture it, as long as I hit my fundraising goal, then I'll be able to return that product to you. So often it's considered pre-sales. Really common with products-based companies that are looking to manufacture certain runs of items that they just don't have the funding up front to be able to do so on their normal revenue scale. Or if they're an inventor and they've never done it before, but they invented a thing, that's a great way to be able to get that first run manufacturing funding to then be able to provide that product first to your community that supported you in that campaign. Another a level of crowdfunding beyond that is also what's considered investment crowdfunding, sometimes referred to as equity crowdfunding. It's a little bit more involved, but it also can get up to $5 million in funds raised. There's variations in investment crowdfunding as well. It's not exclusively equity. That's kind of the misnomer when it's referred to as equity crowdfunding. You don't have to give shares. You don't have to give voting rights. The beautiful thing about investment crowdfunding is, unlike going to a VC who says, this is what I want from your company, you actually get to go to your community saying, these are the terms I'm willing to offer. Are you interested in supporting me at these terms? So it's in your control, as opposed to an outsider saying, this is what I want, give me all your money, and go from there. So there's also debt crowdfunding in the investment crowdfunding. So options of not too dissimilar from Kiva, but it's at a much larger quantity. So you can actually do a 1.5% return on the debt offering. It could also be a revenue share. So instead of using debt as kind of a normal option, which a lot of small businesses tend to use, they can also use revenue share. So until your company is actually revenue producing to a certain level that you've dictated in your terms, then you don't actually have to start paying that back until you are meeting that threshold, which is considered kind of patient capital, which is another really appealing aspect for the investment crowdfunding space when it comes to revenue shares. And then, of course, there's also things like SAFEs, which I forget what that acronym stands for. It's really common in tech circles, but it's actually really helpful for businesses that are using SAFEs to be able to then access additional loans from traditional lenders because of the fact that it doesn't put them in first position. It actually keeps the banks in first position. So you're able to raise funds that essentially it'll turn into something that you can be able to have valuation later. So anyway, I don't focus so much on the investment part as I do rewards and donation. Our founder, Kathleen, is much more versed. She's talked with the SEC. We've had conversations with the SBA, as well as the National Association for Guaranteed Government Lenders. So we've talked with all the folks at the top to really find out what's the best way to make crowdfunding most equitable for businesses at all sizes and levels. And the nice thing is, with the latest SBA changes to some of their qualifications in August, crowdfunded capital is going to be much easier to qualify for loans, especially when you're talking about equity injection. So that's another thing that's been really exciting that we've been working 8.5 years to try and get clarification on, and it just so happened to be revealed this August. So the nice thing is that ultimately you're in the driver's seat when it comes to crowdfunding, as opposed to somebody from the outside. And when we talk about community capital, it really does go down to that. The nice thing with investment crowdfunding is that you have the option for your community to build wealth as well. So when you succeed, they can succeed at the same time, which is also a unique aspect that crowdfunding can offer versus, say, going to a bank or otherwise. So I hope that answers your question well enough of the kind of 4 types.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. It's an excellent tool that small businesses can utilize for capital options, especially with the changes we have, and just letting them know like everything you can do with it instead of like just donate. I mean, it's a great tool to use, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, we have another question. Curtis?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for your information sharing and presentations. And I just wonder if there isn't a potential bridge here between lending institutions and NRCS, Natural Resources Conservation Service, in the world that we, as you heard me earlier, we do about maybe 1,000, 1,200 conservation plans. And it's a formula for success. We go out there and we develop here's a prescription to be successful on your land. And here's what the rate of return, will be if you follow this prescription. Mm-hmm. And I'm just wondering if a producer came to you, a lending institution, with this prescription in hand, would there be an opportunity for some incentives from the lending institute on their operation loan per se, half a point, whatever it be, given that lesser risk associated because they have a plan, they have something like that in hand that they're going to follow through. So I guess I don't expect an answer right now, but I'm just kind of brainstorming some potential opportunities maybe that we could work together.
Yeah, well, I would, just for the crowdfunding part, because that's kind of the misnomer, so and you guys have plenty of answers for that, I'm sure. In the crowdfunding part, obviously, there hasn't been as much recognition when it comes to more traditional lenders. A lot of folks have been kind of scared, and I don't know about it, so I don't touch it. And that's, of course, the opposite of how we look at it, that it really could be a wonderful partnership. And there are some programs that we're looking to create and working with banks and lenders to be able to say that, look, the work that you've done, I mean, crowdfunding isn't free. There's a lot of effort that goes into planning and preparation. It's not just free money, and it's not just putting a billboard up on the web and saying, money's raining down. It takes work. So if you can rally your community and you can build your network and your systems up to be able to market your business to your community, to then have them support you, that's not only going to build just a stronger foundation for your business, but then make you more a better, I would say, a better risk, if you will, for lenders to look towards. We would love to be able to have that, where there would be a way to say, look, this person's put in the effort to be able to make that shared risk a much more promising possibility. We found that a lot of businesses that have crowdfunded are still in business post-COVID. We had folks that successfully raised during COVID even, and have since been able to open brick and mortar and things like that. So at least on the crowdfunding side, we'd love it if more traditional sources saw that crowdfunding isn't just weird, but actually that it is something that is much more resilient and reliable for the business owner that's actually put the work in, versus somebody that says, I've got an idea, give me the loan. It helps when you have 200 plus people showing up saying, yes, I believe in this business. That's a heck of a lot of an endorsement that somebody with an idea doesn't normally show up with to a bank or a lender, generally without that kind of proof of customer validation.
So Lee, before I get to your question, do any of you want to add to that bridge that Curtis was referring?
Yeah, we'd be happy to look at that. I think most ag producers have an existing banking relationship, and so that's where they're going to start with the request for financing to carry out the plan they've developed with you. But then if that doesn't work out for some reason, then we'd be happy to participate.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Hey, you have a question?
Yeah, quick question. Does the SBA's loan guarantee program, do they work with these other nonprofits outside of regular banks? Or is that just working with regular banks for the loan guarantee?
We traditionally work with the regular banks, but we're aware of our resource partners and try to provide education to our lenders so they have opportunities to bridge the gap.
But the loan guarantee program is just for bank loans?
Yes.
Okay.
And credit unions.
Yeah.
I know. Sorry.
FDIC type agencies, okay.
Well, we use a SBA guarantee.
I'm sorry?
We use an SBA guarantee when appropriate. So, and we're a nonprofit lender, we're a CDFI, not a bank.
Okay.
But it's a very similar program. It's just structured for a CDFI, and so it is a guarantee. Our lending authority goes up to $350,000 on that. So
Okay.
when it's the right fit and someone needs that support, and maybe doesn't have the collateral, we may use that as part of the loan.
Okay, so the SBA is working with you then to,
We're a partner, yeah.
Okay.
We're a partner.
all right,
Yeah.
that was the question.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
MoFi is a community advantage lender.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Which
We're,
on the capital spectrum is just a smidge below 7.
yeah.
And Rob, I'm gonna plug you since we're sitting up there. Just recently received their community advantage for Idaho. So first one in Idaho, so a good applause for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Just for those online, the community advantage has been given to Region 4 Development. Thank you. Any other questions from our audience? Okay, any from the chat? All right, well, we have about 10 minutes before we break. And so what I would like to do is open it up to the panel for another question. So very kind of similar to our last one. If you have a good example of a business that has come to you that has either had some struggles, or what are some barriers that they can overcome in order to be successful recipients of funding, or getting getting funding from loans guaranteed through either non-traditional sources or financial institutes. So any of you would like to share an example? All right, you go first.
No, you go first. Ladies, we're gonna do ladies first.
Okay. All right, Alyssa's coming up.
Okay, great. Yeah, I would say a big barrier we see a lot is brand new business. So a lot of lenders require or would like to see 2 years of historical tax returns showing profit. And we can work with businesses that are brand new, maybe only have 1 year of taxes. And so one barrier we overcome is kind of time in business, proof of business, and we work with businesses in that way using projected income. And so usually they come to us with some of that work already done, and then we stress test those projections, make sure we get comfortable, but then can usually provide the financing. Outside of that, we do work with folks who have equity shortfalls, where we don't have an equity requirement for our lending. And so we can work with them if they don't have any money to put down, and work in other ways to find the willingness on the borrower side that's not cash in to a loan request, and also can sometimes finance equity injections for a bank loan. So as a partner to a bank lender. We'll also use our guarantee program sometimes, or take on collateral that isn't quite as attractive to a bank. So where if someone doesn't have commercial real estate or doesn't want to or have a residence to pledge any sort of assets, we can work with those borrowers and come up with a solution where we can hopefully overcome that collateral shortfall and provide them with some financing. So multiple different ways we can overcome, but those are some examples of what we see quite a bit, which may be similar to what we'll see. Yeah.
Like Alyssa said, we'll do some where the collateral is not particularly attractive. So we've done those kinds of deals. I think the specific one, I don't know if any of you know where Gooding County is. There's way more cows than people in Gooding County. And we partnered with the bank earlier this year to do a restaurant loan in a rural Gooding County. It wasn't even in the city of Gooding. It was out in the country in a very rural setting. And the situation was the restaurant had not historically been profitable, but had been there. Really had been a business there since the 50s. And I would call this very much a sentimental loan, which when I worked in commercial lending for years, we would never have touched this deal in my prior life. But, it had a lot of history. There was some sentimental value. There was people that had eaten there for years and years. We found a bank that was willing to participate. Actually, they came to us and asked us if they loaned X amount, if we would loan the additional amount that she needed to purchase this restaurant. And she had some outside income from some other income. And so there was the ability for her to make the payments using her outside income. So that's one that through conventional resources would never have got it done. I think to go back to some reasoning that was shared earlier, what would the community have been like if this business would have failed? And had we not done that, then likely the restaurant would have closed. And so I think it was just a nice win-win for the community and for everybody involved.
Yeah, great. Thank you for that example. And so we'll have David come up.
Yeah, thank you. As I was thinking, reminded me of my lender days, and I really stress, the local partnerships, especially with the CDFIs, the organizations that help, the small business owners. I remember was in my office and lady came in, very passionate about what she did, but there was so much passion, but there wasn't a lot of organization and structure to what she was proposing. And I think that's something that I guess the lenders in the room will probably understand, that you do see a lot of that when you're speaking to clients. We worked with a local CDFI in that market, and I remember, I told her, look, right now, I don't think we're the right lender for you, but let me just introduce you to the folks down the street. And we set up the meeting, she went over there. It took her probably a year to come back to me. And I remember her saying, you know what, that was probably the best thing that you could have done for me, because, that organization, they ended up, they were a micro lender. They were able to give her some of the financing initially, but what they did for her more than anything that I couldn't do was that they gave her structure. They helped her do a market analysis of where she was going. They helped her write a business plan, which was useful when we went and did a larger loan for what she was looking for. It allowed her to kind of step away and remove the emotion and really look at it as a business. And I think that is hard to do as a business owner. You're very passionate, you love what you do. And that's one thing that, lean on those partners, on the folks that we have up here. The series is called Path to Prosperity, right? There's different paths that we can take. There's a different step one for everybody. And then another one is, and the lenders in the room probably understand this. It wasn't uncommon for someone to come in and say, I'd like a loan for my business. This is the amount. This is how many years I would probably need it for, but I do not want to personally guarantee it. Like, I do not want to be, am I correct? You hear that a lot. And for a small business owner, your personal guarantee, your personal credit is your business credit. And when it's not that they were being arrogant, is that they were sometimes confused, or we had to demystify that there is no business credit when you establish your business, because that business credit is basically your personal credit, business owner. So the better that you look, on your personal side, the easier it is to get that deal done. Obviously, your character speaks a lot more. I know when I was a lender, there was a lot of loans that that determining factor, maybe we were shy a little bit on the collateral, maybe the debt to service income was a little tight, but really what got us to the finish line was that business owner's financial character, that they paid on time, they had an appropriate, if they were, I don't know, I'll say if they were in their 40s, you obviously look to see what their savings looks like, what they put away, were they disciplined about that. Not that we were taking their savings, but it helped get that loan done because of their financial character that was on paper. So that's just something that I would like to leave everyone with.
Fantastic, thank you, great examples. We have a question, thank you.
It's not a question, but Greg mentioned who is my SBA supporter. Mentioned that I probably should come and say something. Our first lender, when I did my job in.
Would you mind coming up a little bit closer? Because I want to make sure those online and those around you can hear, because I'm having a little hard time hearing. And I apologize, but I will invite you up to the podium. Come on.
Greg's gonna buy you lunch.
Thank you.
I'm a very shy person. So
Yeah, you can- I'll stand here, you can look at me, just talking to the mic.
All right, please hold my hand.
I'm here for anything.
Just a quick mention, which I appreciate that Greg actually prompted me that, because sometimes I'm like, should I say a thing or not? And sometimes you never know. But I have had a chance to meet Lee and Greg through the SBA program. And at the very beginning, when I started the business in 2017, I didn't have much collateral. I didn't have any QuickBooks, or I was an engineer and I didn't know what an EL statement is, because that was just not my thing. And so they referred me to go talk to a bank, and the bank said, we like you, but we don't see something there, right? So they say, have you heard of this organization called MoFi? So I said, no. So I went and Googled MoFi, I gave them a call, And then I ended up speaking with somebody in Montana. And I thought they would just think this strange accent is from a Nigerian prince or something. But they listened to me. And then they said, by the way, we have an office in Boise. So if you want to go there and they can see you, talk to you and so forth. So I went there and they ended up actually underwriting a loan for us. Thank you very much. That was our start. And we ended up funding some of our projects with the federal projects from that funding. And that was in 2019. In 2021, they said, hey, I think we're getting sick of you. We need to move you back. No, they didn't say that. But they suggested that I think you need to talk to a bank. And so they moved us along. And since that time, we have established a banking relationship with a local bank that we really like. And that bank has also moved us through their internal programs and are trying to show us things that I didn't even know existed. I looked at this program, I looked at that. And so I'm just an eternal student. Like I'm always wanting to learn. And I come here and I've had so many things, so you might be hearing my accent again.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's our success story, David.
That is an absolute wonderful success story.
Yeah.
Thank you for your testimonial because you have just confirmed all of the things that all of our panelists have said today. And that's exactly it. And I'll kind of tear off of what David said. This whole event is about the path to prosperity. And I appreciate your story. Thank you very much. So any other questions, comments? Yes.
So I assume that if you can have a relationship with the bank or get money to a regular lending institution, that the interest rates are better. But are there some advantages if they're on that fence? Why someone might want to go to or SBA rather than just going?
I'm going to repeat. So is there advantages to going through a community lender or someone like MoFi rather than traditional financial institution, or are there like financial advantages, whether it's interest rates or some other aspect? Is that okay? Yeah, right.
Yeah, thanks for your question. That's a great question. We, as part of our qualification process, always ask if you have visited with your bank or if you have a bank that you work with. If you can get bank financing, that's where we want you to be. There's so much that they can offer you that we can't. And so we're just trying to bridge the gap in between access to capital for folks that can't qualify. So we encourage everyone to explore what options you have traditionally. But absolutely, if for some reason that falls short, then we would say, let's take a look.
Just to piggyback, also, I think depending on the collateral, sometimes a bank can extend those terms with more flexible terms, just because that's your business, and typically a community organization may not have that luxury to extend a 30-year, 20-year loan.
And I'll say what may not be obvious with crowdfunding, you don't need a FICO score. You need a community. Ultimately, you need a community. So if you have a community that is willing to support your dream, your vision, your project, you're leveling up, then that's the biggest piece that would be missing outside of having the systems in place to be able to communicate with them effectively and rally them to support your business. So different qualifiers.
Thank you for all your responses. All right, I'm going to do last call for any questions, comments. Any in the chat?
Nope, we're good.
All right, well, thank you very much for our panel. Can we give them a warm round of applause? And so with that, thank you. This has been a really great morning. It's been very inspirational to me, even though I'm a long-term federal employee. I'm ready to go out and start my own business. There's so many resources available. Thank you all for sharing. And so with that, what we're going to do is we're going to take a break for lunch. So for those online, you can put on pause. We're just going to put you on mute, so you might see some things. You might
Oh, you won't hear anything, but, and then for those of you that are here in the room, please venture out, check out the tables of information, and there's also tables out there with food. So, please enjoy,
Ask her
and
said
then
to say
we'll
hello to you
meet
too.
back here at 1 o'clock.
Said he's
All
sorry
right.
he can't be here.
Contracting specialist. Next is Lori Manning, and she is the director of Idaho APEC.
And it seems.
And then we have Mark Whetstone, you guys heard from earlier this morning with AMS, Agricultural Marketing Service. And Jackie will be joining us in a second. Similar to previous panel, if you guys could each step up to the podium, kind of tell us what your entity is about and any tips for people trying to enter contracting. So Greg, I'll give it to you.
Hi, good afternoon. Greg Harrison with the Boise District Office of the SBA. I'm a business opportunity specialist. So my role primarily is outreach and contracting compliance for those certifications you might obtain through the SBA. Mostly limited to women-owned small business, economically disadvantaged women-owned small business federal contracting program, Hub Zone, 8A business development program, and service disabled veteran and veteran-owned small businesses. We don't do a small certification, but we'll talk about that later. I am the guy, you just give me a call, I'm gonna find the right person. I don't have all the answers, but everybody you've met so far, I'll send it to them. You can ask Emily about how it goes when you call our office. We'll find the right place for you, and hopefully eventually take care of all your problems. So that's it. Lori?
They can't see us,
They still can't see you. Okay.
but they can hear us.
Well, that's the main thing. Okay.
Hi, my name is Lori Manning. I'm the state director for Idaho Apex. And, you know, I think that what we do is all things government contracting and grants. So one of the really cool things about the Apex is we can help you from the very beginning when you decide, oh, you know, this is something I'd like to explore, all the way down to I've won the award and I actually need to understand what all the verbiage is. So our team is very prepared to handle some of your technical questions, such as getting through computer Zooms and getting through, you know, the sam.gov and all of those crazy things that you'll learn to navigate while you are doing government contracting. So I have a team that is spread throughout the state. Several folks here in Boise, Twin Falls, I have Idaho Falls, and the northern part of the state, Coeur d'Alene area. And we are here to help serve you. If your company is an innovative company and you've created some things that maybe have a patent and you're in the process of developing, we can help partner you with other folks and get you the opportunity to go after some grant money through the federal government and the SBIR STTR program. And there's a lot that's involved with that, so I'm not going to explain a lot of that, but the bottom line is it is non-dilutive funds to help you do the research and development on the idea that you might have for your company and or a business idea. So there's a lot of cool things in the government contracting world. And if you need another revenue source, you're not going to get rich doing government contracting, but you can count on a paycheck from the government. One of the things we partner with SBA on is we might help you get the contract, and then it's up to SBA to help you get the funding to sometimes hold that gap while you're waiting for those first payments to come in from the federal government. So we're here to help serve you today. I'd love to answer as many questions as you have. Lee Velton, I'd like to introduce Lee. He's one of our Boise folks, and he's here and can help you as well. So call us if you need any technical assistance in that process. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mark Whetstone. I'm with the Commodity Procurement Program. So much like you guys, we rely on these people as a resource to get some folks into the arena to do the procurement, because that's what commodity procurement does. So there's a qualified bidders list that we have that it's like a eligible pool to bid on the commodities that we go out and solicit. A lot of times we have to have Apex or the Small Business Administration help us get that business qualified so that they can get into that qualified bidders list and start bidding on our products. And we also help with some of the subcontracting opportunities for those large businesses that are awarded. Yeah,
like to introduce myself again?
Just tell us about what you can do to help with contracting.
Oh, excellent. Again, hello again. I guess you say she's on every panel. I do apologize. I hope I'm providing useful information. Office of Small and Disadvantaged Business Utilization, like I said, we are that office that work with these buying agencies. We have 10 major buying agencies at USDA, and we've worked with them to ensure that small businesses have an opportunity to really participate in the federal procurement process. And so what we do, we host meetings like this. We connect small businesses with the Apex Accelerator, with the Small Business Development Center, with the Women-Owned Development Center. And we work on your behalf to make sure that you are able to compete for those procurement opportunities. And one of the other things that I add to my wheelhouse is really also helping to connect small businesses with our programmatic opportunities, because that is one way that you all can build your businesses to, to be able to compete for those procurement opportunities. And we do apologize for the technical difficulties. IT is sometimes has a mind of its own.
Right, does anybody in the audience have questions for our panel? Susie?
I don't even know if this falls in or not. But I came in from Orlando with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce in the US. But I didn't get to go after the person that could have given me an answer. There's just too many people. But in the conference, I learned that somebody that is throwing away wood because they have a business that do pellets, that there's a grant out there for EPA. I don't know if that probably doesn't fall under you, but I just thought I would throw it out there.
Well, what I'll do is I will connect you with Jean Williamson and Andrea Price, who do work for the Environmental Protection Agency, and they will provide you all the information that you have. That's one of the things that we're trying to do, is partner with other federal departments, even though it may be not in our wheelhouse. It is in someone else's wheelhouse. And there may be an opportunity if it isn't, where's rural development value added producers grant for agriculture enterprises in the lumber industry, in the so there may be an opportunity for them to access BAPG if they're transition. And is the lumber industry a part of? Yes, so it is considered a farm, and with them converting wood to pellets, that's value added. So there may be a grant through rural development value added producers grant that may be able to assist a producer, who is in that market.
Thank you.
And we can talk afterwards.
I was gonna say, Susie, we have Tobin Dixon here.
Yeah.
From Rural Development,
Yeah.
who runs the value added producer.
Oh, there you go.
You guys might connect after this session.
Thank you.
Thank you. So any other questions before I go down my script of questions? All right, so first up, as a new small business, what do I need to know? Where do I start? What's the first step in looking at contracting?
I'll go. Call any one of us. We'll refer you to the most appropriate one for the next step. After that, get registered in SAM, System for Award Management, and with Apex if you're in Idaho, for sure. It doesn't cost anything, right? Right. And then as part of that SAM registration process, make sure your DSBS profile is fleshed out, and then
Greg, can you explain DSBS?
Dynamic Small Business Search, right? So that is a system of record. So if federal government buys anything, contracting officers and agencies are required to perform market research. That market research must include a visit to the SBA system of record for that. In DSBS, they will find every entity, whether it's in a certified program or just listed as a small business, and in particular NAICS codes, it is a garbage in, garbage out system. Meaning if your DSBS profile is not fleshed out, doesn't have good information in it, descriptive words about what you do and what you provide, you might get overlooked. But when they do that research, say they're looking for sorghum-based food waste container manufacturing, they'll put some other qualifying words in there. They'll get a list out of our system of all the small entities and their associated certifications for that particular industry. And then they can make a procurement decision based on what shows up in that list. If that list only has one 8A or one hub zone or one SDVOSB, or if it's an appropriate NAICS code, one women-owned or ED women-owned small business, they can elect to do either a set-aside or a sole source contract and not compete it with anybody else. So having your information in that system, in addition to your SAM profile being active and with updated contact information in it, that's basically it. From there, decide, hey, is there a certification I should pursue that can increase my visibility on those lists and make it easier for the federal government to do business with me? But none of that happens all by yourself, or it can, but why, when you have people like Apex, SCORE, the SBDC, as well as our office to help you navigate those things. And I really want to emphasize our district office has right now, what, 4 people? Is it 4?
It's fine.
5. There's one person that doesn't do much. But why?
There's a lot to get that one person to the table. That's not who's here.
She may or may not be here today. But the point is, when I started, we had like 10, then we went down to like 4, and now we're at 5. We might get another one. But we have a no wrong door type of a thing. None of the 4 of us have, or 5 of us have all the information, but as you can see what's demonstrated today, we all know each other. We know who is a subject matter expert and who could best help you. I get people on a daily basis with what I call cocktail napkins and up. They've got an idea. They don't have a business plan. They have no idea how to implement it. They just know they have an opportunity and they want to pursue it. So we know where to send them from a cocktail napkin all the way up. And this is in the news recently. SBA announced Recluse Motorsports is one of our legacy businesses, right? Recluse came to the SBA a very, very long time ago. They came back after they were quite established and used the SBDC to go from 7-digit gross numbers to 8-digit to, holy cow, this is a remarkable Boise-based entity. So we have no wrong door. Call any one of us. We're going to get you to the right place. At the very least, you can call Buford. And Buford is the master of getting it to the right person in our office. And then from us, it goes out. Lori will tell you this. Lee will tell you this to a lesser extent, but still there. The OSDBU, PCER people, procurement center reps will say this, we'll get you to the right place. And oftentimes it's 3 or 4 different places you're at the same time, and we're all complimenting each other, getting you where you go. Okay. I can do more rah-rah if you need more rah-rah, but it's really kind of amazing. Lemuli is a good example of that. I don't remember his initial point. I think it was when he moved into my neighborhood before I even started at SBA. So we're a very tight community. Give us a call.
Can you all hear us in the back? I talk loud, so I know you'll be able to hear me. So, grand.
You know, I'd like to add to that, if you don't mind,
Yeah.
Shannon. One of the things that's really important is when you start the process of SAM.gov, please call the Apex.
Excellent.
Let us walk you through that because it's complicated at best, okay? And if you make a wrong click or a wrong check, it is going to hold you up 2 weeks at the absolute minimum, okay? So please just call us, let us help you get through that system because there's one thing he talked about, this whole DSBS, right? If you don't click that you want to be public, then you will not show up in the yellow pages, as we call it, for the federal government. And you need to be in the yellow pages. You know, the old yellow pages we used to pass out and get off the front porch when they came by? Yeah, that's the one. That dates me. But anyway, the bottom line is you need to make sure you call Apex first crack out of the box when you're ready to do government contracting, SAM.gov. Let us just get it done with you correctly.
Excellent. I think Lori makes a great point because a lot of us can navigate our way through, but we don't do it the best. These are the best. They help you with capability statements, how to get the verbiage correct. Just
Your keywords, so
yes.
that when that yellow page search happens by the federal person, they actually know and find you.
Yes.
So thank you guys for being here and supporting the community in Idaho. 2 questions. Is Apex a 501(c) or are you for profit?
Great question. We are actually on a DoD, Department of Defense grant. We are hosted at Boise State, who also puts in a percentage of the money for us with the state of Idaho. So we are a nonprofit organization. There's no charge for our services.
Second one, when I think of government procurement, it's not just products, it's also services. So do you support both?
Yes, we do. Anything that the government buys, sells, uses, swipes, or throws away, we probably help somebody provide it. So you really want to reach out. And people say, well, I do this and I doubt they'll buy. Well, I have only found one product, and I've done this for 4 years now. Only one product that I could not convince the government they needed to buy, and that was essential oils from a networking home marketer. The government said they would just go straight to the corporation out of Utah. So that's the difference. But seriously, that means they buy everything, friend.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Lee,
Yeah, SAM is the first step, but there are 2 steps before SAM. And I'm talking the state of Idaho. If you're not a sole proprietor, you have to register with the Idaho Secretary of State Business Office. Have to do that. And the second thing is you need to get a tax identification number with the IRS because you do not want to use your social security number when you're doing business. So those are 2 steps you need to get done prior to SAM, because both of those business names need to match what you're putting in SAM. Okay, and if you don't do those steps or you use different business names, you're probably adding a month or 2 months to your SAM registration being active because things don't mesh.
I think to help us better answer your questions, how many people here have a small business or are a small business? Okay, so fair enough. All right.
that was it?
Yeah, I just want to know how many of them. I mean, if it's 15 GS12s, I don't want to tell them a bunch of stuff, but if it's a bunch of business owners, I got plenty.
Thanks for qualifying.
A question, when I learned about this conference, I looked at the registration form in Zoom, and there was a question there that said, do you have a
Unique
UEI
identifier.
And I think it was a good question, but it kind of propelled me to say like, oh, I don't have this, I have to find it. And so I went through the process by myself and trying to get that. And it was cumbersome, it was time consuming, and I think I got it today. That's why I was made today.
Congratulations.
But I guess one comment would be, you know, like maybe make it easier, less scary for us to say like, it doesn't matter if you don't have it, or even you know, get the question, like not use the question altogether because it was a little bit scary, but and also I have a business that like I'm really happy to hear that there is a cocktail napkin service because like I'm doing a business right now, but it doesn't have like a target, it doesn't have like a defined niche that I want to serve. It's just an idea that is very important to me and I want to develop it. So I think that the service that, you know, like I didn't know. I was thinking that I had to have a really good idea before I contact you, but it seems like there is an opportunity from you to provide some feedback on how we can develop this, just an idea that can turn into a business.
So I would say that one of our partnerships, we at the Apex are housed with SBDC. And Bruce, if you'll wave your hand back there. So the SBDC, they are really great at helping those cocktail napkins, and SCORE does cocktail napkins, and there's several others. And when you typically come to the Apex, and just for government contracting, you're going to want to have been somewhat established. In fact, you want to be in the black. You don't want to be in the red, because it's going to be important, especially when you start uploading some financial information that sometimes is requested of you. So just be prepared to think about that. We always say about 2 years of showing your tax return to be in a positive place. And that's a really good check mark indicator for you. Unless it's a service that is something like an engineering service or a specialty item and the government needs it now. And at that point, if you can provide that, they will take you.
And I will say on that registration form, that question was very intentional. And then you see the second, the question that followed that is, if you do, please provide that number, your UEI. The reason why, before you can take advantage of any opportunity that's available at the federal government, you must be registered in SAM. And that's on the programmatic side, that's access loan grant combinations, contracts, well, incentive payments that's available for farmers and ranchers through the Natural Resources Conservation Service. And then moving over to this procurement side of things, which is us, the federal government, which is the largest, I gotta just plug in, The federal government is the largest buyer of goods and services on this planet. Worldwide. Worldwide.
Yeah, I think that makes total sense. It's just that, I almost didn't make it to this conference because I was like.
We're so glad you're here. And now you know you have resources in this room that you all need to connect. And can I say one other thing, Sean?
It's her balance.
That's a part of, that's the main objective of this Path to Prosperity event, is to let you know what's available. And guess what? All of these services are free of charge. There's no charge to help you register in SAMS. We got the Internal Revenue Service here that will talk to you about getting, getting the EIN number before you even get to, as Lee said, moving into the SAMS registration. So, this is fantastic. And we are glad we're here to help you. And we're glad to hear even from Shannon and Amy and Carrie that this conference has even provided them with some resources. Shannon says she's going to imitate it.
Yeah, we'll be on the east side next.
So to add to her, there's no cost for any of this. And it's something Mr. Belton said moments ago, there is a huge opportunity cost for you to not know the rules of the game, right?
Exactly right.
So FAR is part of the US code. It's Title 48 of Code of Federal Regulations. It's 37 chapters. Chapter 1 is 2,000 pages.
Yes.
I don't know it. I don't think anybody else here knows it, but we know people that know little parts of it that will get you to, right? They give you a brief anecdote. When my family plays family games, my wife, a little bit of an obsessive type person, reads the rules. The kids are driven nuts by her taking 15 minutes to read the rules, but then a half hour later, she wins the game because she knows the rules. So the opportunity cost for getting this stuff wrong, Lee already gave you an example, several weeks for screwing stuff up. When we talk about what's in your Secretary of State registration with Idaho versus what goes into SAM, this is your federal government, folks. If you spell street with the Secretary of State, but in SAM you use ST, your life is over. Just stop. Lots of issues. So the opportunity cost of not using free stuff, the opportunity cost is through the roof. Same thing I would say about having a good banker. Same thing I would say about having a good lawyer. Same thing I would say about having the right bonding or an insurance person on your team, right? We'll help you figure those things out. That gentleman in the back is.
The one thing I add to that, and remember this, BAILS, bail, for any small business, banker, accountant, insurer, lawyer, and now social media. If you don't take anything away, take away, of course, your local contacts, but take away that principle. It's called the BAILS principle. Yes. Sorry, sir.
I got questions and comments. It's gonna sound like I'm shilling for you guys, but one thing, I had an issue when I wound up going to Montana's Apex people and was surprised how helpful they were for trying to bring business to Idaho. So it appears like you guys play well in the sandbox.
We do.
And it's not a state by state thing. So if you do go across the state lines, don't be shy about calling the Apex organization in the state where you are hoping. They're not going to shun you because you're in Idaho. I've been doing this for quite a while, done quite a bit of government contracting. On one of the RFQs, it said you can provide your your feedback, your negative ratings, right? There's a government web capability that contains your kind of your ranking.
Your CPARs, it's where your credit is.
Right. And so I didn't bother calling you guys to figure out how to do this myself. I spent the better part of a day signing up for this thing to find out, guess what? They had no record of any reports on where provision in the system. Like, well, that was a waste of me. But so I think I'm beginning to understand something. The dynamic business search that we're talking about. I've been really disappointed because I've put in a bunch of proposals, but I knew that my company was the best candidate for it. And it really just came down to the money. It really came down to, we were underbid by $500 or $2,000. And in some of those cases, I turned around and sucked out a portion of it, so it was fine. But I've hesitated to get involved with the dynamic business search because my feeling is it just comes down to dollars and they're just gonna pick the cheapest provider and accept the experience. How am I wrong?
But so when they get that list, right, when they go look for something and they get that, they have to do the market research. They can't just go to Google and say who makes the best screen door. They got to go to DSPS, punch in the appropriate NAICS code and wade through them all. When they see those things, they can cut them up. So each, this is one of the other questions Shanna's probably not going to get to.
So I got this clear in my head. That's where the capability statement comes in after the PDS before you ever submit.
Yeah, so they're doing this when a procuring agency has a customer internal, right? They need widgets. Then contracting officers got to go do the market research. They got to go to DSPS. They got to punch the stuff in. Then they get some data and they can make decisions, right? So the federal government has acquisition goals for the different socioeconomic programs, right? Small business is something like 20% of the prime contracts are supposed to go to small. And then we get into WASB, WASB, VOSB, SDVOSB, 8A, and HUBZone. Say that several times, guys.
You can explain.
Right. So the women-owned, veteran-owned, HUBZone 8A, most of those goals, agency goals per agency is 5 or 3%, right? Of what they buy to giving your need to go to those things. So when they get that list for screen doors, if there's one 8A firm on there, the contracting officer can say, all right, I'm done. It looks like they're reputable. They're saying they can do this. I'll check their CPARs. Yep, they've got good performance history. They're providing the product that I want. I'm going to do a sole source right to them. There's other restrictions, but they're going to go right to them. They don't have to compete or anything.
It's not going to get on SAM.gov.
Right, because they're going to go straight to the screen door person.
Okay.
Converse.
So contracting officers are looking to avoid more work. So if there's only one person that they're finding that fits their criteria, then they don't have to put it out to better than this one.
In spirit, you're kind of almost there. It's in search of the best value for the government. And if that means not wasting 3 months going through a competitive process, then so be it. Yeah. Yeah.
And how would I get people to put feedback on the acronym that I forget?
DSPS.
So, yeah, so the biggest thing about that is when you are coming to a conclusion of the end of your contract, you need to contact that contracting officer and request a copy of what they place for you and see. It is a reminder. They're supposed to do it at the end of every contract, but some are so busy, it gets pushed to the side, or the amount of money that you maybe had in that contract is what they would consider an overlooked amount. So it's important that you do that. Now, listen, if you also bid for a contract, okay, and you don't get the contract, guys, the best thing in the world you can do is reach out immediately to that contracting officer and ask them, can I please have an evaluation as to why? And I'm sorry, Lee, the term of that is called
debriefing.
Thank you. I need a debriefing to know. By doing it, you're going to know what they're looking for, number one, for next time. And number two, you are gaining and building a rapport. And that is about relationships are everything in this industry.
And there's a limited amount of time of that debriefing period too.
3 days.
3 days. So you want to, as soon as that contract closed and you know you didn't receive it, reach
Contact
out
immediately
to the agency.
What it's worth, if you're polite, they'll stretch that 3 days. I've never had to say.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we do work hard for the federal, for our customers. Yeah.
The key is you must request the debriefing.
Yes.
Within 72 hours, 3 days after the award of contract. The debriefing, the actual debriefing may be after that 3-day period. The other thing about the dynamic small business search, it is your #1 marketing tool to the federal government if you want to do business. And as Larry said, Larry.
What?
As Greg said, I'm thinking of Larry Holden. Sorry. As Greg said, it's garbage in, garbage out. So unless you take the time after you've done your SAM registration to access your dynamic small business search profile and fill in the information in the 9 optional fields, you have garbage as a marketing tool.
So I'll give you an example. There's an entity here. I won't name names. It's not the person that's here, but it's someone else from the organization. Call me and say, hey, we're looking at this. We're looking at this. And that company's name, unbeknownst to the person that's here, is now already in Apex's crosshairs, right? But when they call me, they left a voice message and the name was transcribed wrong. And when I finally got them on the phone, I got the correct name. The first thing I do when I have a potential federal contractor, someone interested in stuff, is I go to DSPS and I try to find them. And right away with this firm, all the pertinent information was there in terms of where they are, who to contact and stuff like that, but capability statement was empty. And the NAICS code list only had like 2 or 3 in it, right?
The other thing that I felt when I listened to this as on Sam as public, I felt that I got nothing but spam. I got all sorts of crap.
You will, and this is a good tangent to take briefly. Don't pay anybody to do any of this stuff that we could do for you free.
Yes.
Right? Don't pay anybody. It's a great American way to get somebody to pay you for something that's free, right? But don't.
If you mark yourself though as private, you will not be seen on the DSBS. And I think that this is really important to understand. So it is worth some spam that you can mark spam, mark as phishing, and it gets sent over, and sort your email out. Just take 5 minutes to get that sorted out so that it doesn't bother you. But it is so worth it. You must be marked public if you are serious about being a vendor to serve the government.
I've just been kind of checking out the SAM listing for contract offerings.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And one of the other things I tell businesses, you don't always have to go for the prime contracts. Go for the subcontracting awards, because one thing that does, if you are new per se, or you've been in there for a while and have not won a contract, that subcontracting award is going to allow you to build that performance.
And build your references
And
within the federal
references.
government. And so that's our big thing this year is Apex is pushing subcontracting for the primes.
Yeah.
Or maybe someone who wins a contract that's a $2 or $3 million. You mentioned even that you have subbed for people that have won the contract. This is how you break into the market and understand your building of your reputation, what you can provide, and it lets you see your risk tolerance. It allows you to see, ooh, they didn't pay me for 45 days. It's probably because the US government still hasn't paid them, right, for that first set of payments. So it allows you to figure out what is your capability, if you will, in this play space or sandbox. Yes.
How do I know who holds that prime contract if I want to go out there?
Right. That is a really good question. So you are able to see every contract that's been awarded. Lee, I'm going to defer on to you on this. Where do they find that information?
All
besides
awards of federal contract above $25,000 are required to be posted to the system for award management, SAM, under awards.
Yeah.
That's where they'll be, with the few exceptions of some classified stuff that never gets posted anywhere.
So your struggle is going to be if you're going after the smaller things, you don't always know. So you would need to look for what was put out, and then you can actually contact the officer. And I have never had a contracting officer turn me down to say, these were the last 3 awardees. They will give you the names of companies.
And let me tell you another place you can find them. USA Spending.
Yes.
And on USA Spending, I mean, it is fantastic. I'm not sure if I think they've updated it. And so you can search by state, you can search by county, and then you go over there and you can click on, if I pull it up, I can show you. You click on that number by the name of their, I don't know if it's their UEI, I can't remember the number, and it'll give you all the details.
It'll
of
even
that
tell you the
contract.
unit price of what they sold and what they charged. And you can get data back as far as 10 or 12 years.
Yes, that's exactly
It
right.
is interesting.
The other site is the Federal Procurement's data system, Next Generation FPDS-NG.
That's exactly right.
Has information also, and they will also, if you put an NAICS code in a state, they will tell you who the top 10 agencies are that buy what you sell.
That's exactly
So-
right.
So what was that?
Federal Procurement Data System, FPDS -NG. If you search FPDS-NG and go into the search, you can put in a NAICS code and run it, and it'll tell you the top 10 agencies that bought your product or service, how much they spent
That's right.
in the last fiscal year, who the contacts are, if you're interested in marketing to them.
Or being
It's
a
all in there.
subcontractor for
And
them.
if you need help, call us. We'll help you.
Yeah, but before I lose this thought, I want to go back two steps. On DSBS, you can also list and put in your procurement history, not just
Yeah.
federal, but state, local, municipal. You can put in there that you dug a ditch for the Mountain Home School District. Anything that's pertinent to you being a better value or communicating that you can perform, you could put in there. The other part of that, what?
Where was that?
DSBS, Dynamic Small Business Search, yeah. So the other part of DSBS being public, and this is, it seems to be a hot area now. We get lots of non-government large businesses using DSBS as part of their DEI supplying and procurement needs.
Greg, DEI.
It's that thing that everybody's doing now. Diversity, equity, inclusion, is that it? Right, okay. Last November, Micron called us and said, hey, do you have any socioeconomic minority owned businesses? And I was like, are they really asking us? Because that's like, oh, right. We kind of knocked them out of their chair. And we gave them, between us and they talked with Apex right after they got done talking with us, they got tons. And I think there is going to be a lot of our firms doing work on a multi-billion-dollar project for an Idaho company. In the past, I know GE has had a diversity supplier type thing. If those Fortune 100, Fortune 50 companies are smart enough, they'll be using DSBS to look for qualified subcontractors and primes as well. So it's not, yeah, there's some spam. I would set up an email address like, offers@yourcompanyname.com and use that as the point of contact, and you have some control over it and such. But it is well worth it, because if you're not in there, the only way they're going to know about you is your other two options for self-marketing. And that's looking at award history, going and talking to the guy at the AMS commodities branch and saying, hey, you bought D-high potatoes last year. Turns out I have a bunch. When are you going to offer again? And then you have that point of contact and you have that communication. The other part is asking us what we know and giving you those lists. The number one thing that I don't generate that I hand out to future federal contractors is the directory of buyers, which I don't know if it's been updated by you guys very often.
We've gone away from it because there's a federal site now.
Okay.
That has all that contact information and more.
I still use the old thing because it's got everybody in it, right? And somebody brought up a comment before about I don't know what the federal government buys. Like quite literally, NIFC in Boise is buying finger sandwiches, right? Like no kidding, finger sandwiches for firefighters. Water buffaloes. There's a lot. Yeah.
They buy water.
Yep.
And I would just add that the state has similar processes. Yeah. Go to purchasing.idaho.gov. You can see the state purchasing or contracting opportunities. Some of that's going to be contracts that you bid on, but the other thing the state of Idaho does is we have registered preferred providers. So that way, if you're on that preferred provider list, if the state agency, let's say, needs to buy a computer or needs to buy legal pads, we can go directly to you without having to put out a bid for that. One other service the state of Idaho has, and this is housed with the Idaho Transportation Department, is the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise System. So if you're a minority-owned business, a woman-owned business, 51%, you can register with them, and every state agency that does a contract is required to provide a notice to that program, and that way you'll be on their list for state contract. It's called the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Center, and it's housed over at the Idaho Transportation Park. Yes. And then purchasing.idaho.gov.
And another thing I would tell businesses to use those departments' procurement forecasts. It is a forecast. It's what we plan to buy, but they are not that different from what we've bought in the past. So it doesn't really change. It'll give you a sense of what a particular agency is buying. Yes, sir.
Question, I hadn't heard the results, but they were all federal agencies they were talking about a few years ago, putting all forecasts on that GSA website. Has that happened?
I don't know.
I know of a few agencies that put their forecasts on GSA, but there was talk that they were going to require all of them to do that.
Oh, I'm not sure yet, but I can tell you that USDA's forecasting tool has been updated and it is fantastic. You can sort in all different manners. And I love for folks to look at our forecast and then go cross-reference it with USA spending. And you'll see, what that agency is doing. There are some contracts that are multi-year. Look at those contracts that's multi-year. If they're about to end or if they are 6 months to a year from ending, reach out to those primes because there may be a subcontracting award available for you in that.
Well, and to her point, but parallel DSBS, not only can everyone see yours, everyone else can be seen by you. So you go to the other screen door manufacturer and you look at their capability statement.
That's
and
right.
Maybe they only do traditional hinges, but you use super duper flux capacitor hinges, right? So then now that's something you put in your capability statement, right? So it's MBA first day, right? Points of differentiation and points of parity. What can you indicate that you do that should be in your industry? And what do you do that nobody else does that makes you a unique value? Okay?
Quick correction, DSBS has a capabilities narrative.
Right, yeah.
The capability statement is a wholly separate document. It's a one-page business resume, has a completely different format. And if you need an example, you can email or call me.
Wonderful, and that wraps up our contracting panel. That is a dynamic panel. One more.
Just one last question. So the reason I wanted to ask this is since we are already talking about this, I just got an email today and sent out a date for the contract. Not say which one, but then the contracting officer wrote me and said that your numbers are appearing smaller than the estimate. Whatever the estimate is it appropriate to ask because that estimate was not published? That independent government estimate.
So he
Is
is,
it appropriate to ask what range that was? Because in some cases it's public, in other cases it's not.
Yes.
so in this situation, he or she is determining that their concern is that you're coming in so much lower that you would not be able to complete the work as you thought you could. And there's concern that you would need change orders and or other items. So they are verifying that you really can do what you said you can do for the prices. Yeah, and if you respond back and say, I can, you are locked in, my friend, to that. You will not get a change order.
I think you should talk to the SBDC about your pricing strategy because it needs to
Yeah.
come over.
Leaving money on the table.
So can I ask them for a range though? Because sometimes they publish and sometimes they don't.
You will have to do your research and see what widgets sell for or they purchase this service for typically in the past, and you're going to want to come in 10 or 15% below that. Now, if you are a set aside, okay, so let's say you are minority owned or whatever it is that you're in a hub zone, okay, there are opportunities for your bid to come in as high as up to 10% more. And you could still win the bid because you're a set aside. So this is really, really important to understand that there could be profit on the table. Our partners, SBDC, help our people all the time determine the best pricing based on some of the research we're able to help them find so that you will not leave profit unturned.
And in your case, sir, I'm not familiar with you at all. But in your case, there are government trainings available to you to help you with the pricing. The 7J stuff, are you getting those emails with all the trainings? Okay, then we gotta look at those. There's probably one in there about determining cost and pricing that can help you, to use my father's term, Nat's asset number and get it to where it needs to go, right?
But the agency won't come back and say, our window is this.
So in some case, if you're like, the only way I can think of this is in some cases as a small business, if you're gonna win it by far, they gotta give it to you, but you're so low or you seem to be so small, they can ask the SBA to do a certificate of competency. And that's where we'd look at you and say, hey, do you have the capability to perform this? Generally, I've seen those dealing with working capital where somebody comes in, there's gonna be a working capital need. Your balance sheet that you provided is not indicating you have enough working capital. They'll ask us to go look at it and say, can Lamuli, I'm sorry, is that your name, sir? Yeah, perform this contract, and then we'll do it, right? So yeah, 7J trainings for you for sure. Yeah, I think there's gonna be a couple in there.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm new to this. Can I ask one question?
Yes.
Since he knows he's coming low, could he modify his bid?
So,
What's the vehicle? Was this full and open or?
yes and no.
Yes and no.
You can only modify it as long as the solicitation is still open.
That's
If
right.
the solicitation is closed,
Then you can
what you
withdraw.
give them
It's
is
done.
what you got,
Right,
unless they reopen it or they do what's called negotiations, where
right.
they go to the bidders that submitted a bid and they do negotiations with each and every firm.
They have to do it equally,
Yeah.
right?
But
Or you withdraw.
But in his case, if this, his business is an 8A business, he's in the business development program. And that program is used incredibly often for sole source procurements. In his case, if it's below, what is it, 4.5 million? Lee, I think it's 4.5 million for non-manufacturing, 7 million for manufacturing, they can go directly to him. And in that case, they come to us and say, we want to do this job with his company. And we say, yep, he's been doing everything he's supposed to do for compliance, and then they will negotiate back and forth. He'll never know what their estimate was, but then you have opportunities to go up and down. As opposed to what you're talking about with a small business set aside is different. In 8A, this would be par for the course. You'd be going back and forth. But I would start
They
high.
did say in the letter that I can change the letter, but I have to substantiate.
Oh,
So they're gonna want your documentation, and if you can say, okay, with inflation, 4% would be standard, I'm going to do this, this is what is it for a particular area, you'll have to be very thorough. We cannot help you on pricing, but we can look over your pricing to ensure that you have everything the way it needs to look for that officer. We're happy to do that. I would highly seek out Ruth in this area, and she's sitting right behind you, can help you with that pricing to make sure that you are falling in line with where it needs to be, and then allow Lee to make sure that you've covered your bases on the documentation they're gonna want, okay? That would be my recommendation, my friend. Because it might be profit. I mean, $10,000 extra is profit. You've already said you can do the work, so this goes to your pocket.
excellent. I learn something new every time I participate in this.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. That's fantastic.
Yeah, so we'll do a quick, like 2 minute stand-up break while we swap out the panels. So thank you all for your time.
Thank
Jackie, I
you.
didn't get to stay there.
Thanks
Thank you, everybody.
Oh, absolutely.
Fired up. Let's do this.
You want to stay for the next panel?
No.
This is not long ago. Oh, how fun. Well, at least she got to go hang with Lori.
Say cookie? That's not mine. That's whoever wants it.
Yeah.
Perfect. Sam on my own.
Lots of questions.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh my God.
We're glad to be able to help, so. You have a good day. If you ever need anything, I'm sorry, I can't. I have to get my grant for year 25 in before everything shuts down.
Gotcha.
So it's gotta be on Friday by 5 o'clock.
You have to be, yes, all right. I will. Thank you. I think I'm back.
Yeah, you're still there.
Yeah, you see me on.
Now, and yeah, so, you know, it's a lesson, yeah. It's a lesson, it's a very long time. Yeah, we have. And finally, so, yeah. That I feel like.
Thank you so I just hate the cameras. I'm working on shut down. You're in.
Panel and then I'll have it. Everybody do 5 minutes, please.
We're gonna move right on to the next panel.
Okay, I'll be there.
I'll be on the side. You can have this. I've already spoken like 3 times.
That's awesome. We're having lots of good conversations. Everyone's relaxed now that we're in the afternoon. We had a great lunch. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you can see and hear us.
And please, we'll try to keep an eye on the chat too. I know our last one was super lively, but we'll definitely circle back if we missed anyone's question. So we're gonna move into the relationships and resource for starting a path to prosperity group. And we're still gonna have everyone introduce ourselves. We have a few new members on this panel as well. But what we're gonna talk about is the panel will explore the needs of underserved small businesses to include agriculture enterprises, farmers and ranchers, communities, and markets to determine how to better prepare for access to capital. And I'm not gonna read the rest because I'm losing my voice, but we're basically just gonna continue to talk about collaboration efforts and who you need and who from this panel can help you find what you need. So we'll start out with each one of you can come up and give a quick comment about what you're here about, especially if we have some new panel members this time. So let's start with you, Alexa. Sure. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to see all of you, and good afternoon to everyone online. I am mostly really appreciate that being invited here, and I thought it was gonna be last, but I'm first. I am Alexa Lamb, although some people started calling me Alexa to avoid that AI, Amazon AI. Can you all see me okay? So I am from the IRS Communications and Liaison Business Units. My branch is, there's like 4 branches underneath that Communications and Liaison. My branch is called Stakeholder Liaison. And my title is Senior Stakeholder Liaison. So my part of the responsibilities, I help out organizations, whether they are tax professionals or non-tax professionals, but these organizations help support and serve mainly the small business and self-employed. That is our biggest customers out there. So I have a lot of colleagues throughout the nation. I am just one person here representing the entire IRS in Idaho. But for me, I am home at Oakland, California. That's my home state and my office there. But the cover area is San Francisco County, San Mateo County, and then I inherit Idaho, the whole state of Idaho to myself. But I really appreciate that I'm here in person and able to come in person to meet all of you. So I guess, is it introduction time?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's.
If you had something you wanted to talk about, you can. That's fine.
Oh, sure. No, I have a lot of resources to share in this space for the small business and self-employed. If you want me to go right ahead. Yeah. Okay, sure.
Whatever you prefer, if you want you comfortable.
Sure. Well, let's get going then. Well, I have the stage, right? Yeah, so for small business self-employed, IRS.gov is our one website where we have a lot of information to share. It is our public announcement site, public information site. You don't need a password to get in, right? It is available 24/7 to everyone, anywhere globally, really. So in IRS.gov, like I said to everyone that I meet throughout all the events that I attended, make it your favorite, because really, if you get to know IRS information, a lot of the states, well, I can speak for California. California do follow the federal tax law as well. So if you follow the federal tax law, it really helps you to, gauge what the state is saying sometimes too. I know in the, when I attended the other events, people were like saying, well, I just rely on my tax preparers, right? I just go to them when I need tax advice, when I need accounting advice. But you are here, you are not tax preparers, not tax accountants, but you need the information. And so if you get to know what IRS is doing, and some of the information, especially that is geared toward what you are doing, what you are interested in, it will really help you have a working knowledge of what the tax system is all about. Really, it will sort of like it, so, it helps calm you down, right? Every time you get a letter in the mail, you get an email or something like that, you get a call, it really kind of like helps you calm down a little bit. You don't have to be so afraid. So the information that is all contained in the website irs.gov, but your keyword search is self-employed and small business and self-employed tax center. In that space, you will have how to start a business, how to close a business, and how to change your business structure. All right. So it's A to Z index for the business. So it is really helpful. Now you also should be aware of irs.gov. It is 7 languages. Okay, there's a drop down. You choose the language that you need. Okay, we're looking to expand, of course, to other languages. But that is the main language. 7 of them. There's Spanish, Chinese, Korean, Russian, Vietnamese, and Croatian. But Chinese has 2, right? The traditional writing and the simplified writing, and that counts as 2 languages on there. So languages is important, for any one of you that needed to get the page translate. The other one that I wanted to really share with you, because I just learned this really recently, because I got the question from another organization, the lower tax clinic. They service the low income sector. And so I went on to irs.gov and I did a search and kind of come up with this. So it's irs.gov. Your keyword search there is agriculture tax center. Now this is important because I just learned Idaho has farming. You have ranchers. You have basically agricultural and horticultural businesses here. And so between the 2 tax center, you can find all your information there. Okay. Let's see. And what's important there that I also just learned for the agricultural part is that every year, U.S. allows a certain amount of foreign workers to come to the U.S. to work. Okay. And if they come to work under the H-2A visa, foreign agricultural workers, this is where the Agriculture Tax Center webpage comes in handy for you. It talks about the H-2A visa workers. Okay. So, and also great publication, 225, Farmers Tax Guide publication. There are also other publications as well that talks about these workers that come because they will be filing the non-resident alien. Sometimes they file the resident alien forms. So the 2 together. Okay. Let's see. The other part of the resources that I really is passionate to share with you is what we call the Small Business Tax Workshop. We have webinars that we recorded. It's pre-recorded and it's housed on irsvideos.gov. That page has comprehensive webinars that's already pre-recorded. But the one spot that you wanted to be aware of is a small business tax workshop. There are 8 lessons already recorded there. Okay. They just fully activated the Spanish version. So there's Spanish audio and Spanish transcript. It's already on that page. Now, these 8 lessons, what they are good for is that it goes from top to bottom, right? It is a stepping stone. Each of the lesson will take about approximately an hour, 40 minutes long, an hour to listen to. But they are in chunks, and in little chunks that you can just go in, grab, and listen to 2 minutes, 3 minutes top. Okay, a great example of that is EIN. One of the first things that you want to start a business with, you have to apply to get your employer identification number, the EIN, right? So that is one of the little chunk that you can just click on, 2 minutes, listen to how to apply, and you get there. Right? Yeah. So, okay, they are calling times up, so I have a lot to share, but I will let others have it first.
No, this is great information. I don't think I need to, all right, start off with this one. Everyone knows who I am and knows I represent USDA, so we'll go, right into Ruth. Yeah, your turn, Ruth. I've been talking all day.
I feel like I've already been introduced. My name is Ruth Schwartz. I'm a senior business consultant with the Idaho Small Business Development Center in Southwest Idaho. Our region takes care of the 10 counties in this side of the state. There are 6 regions of the Small Business Development Center in Idaho, but let me back up. We are a federal program. Our primary stakeholder is the SBA, but we're also supported by the state of Idaho and the Idaho Department of Commerce in Idaho. And again, there are 6 regions, all of us in Idaho, which is common across the country, but not 100%, are partnered with higher learning institutions. So here in Southwest Idaho, we are partnered with Boise State University. So that's where you can find both our regional office and our state office. Actually, our ops office is at Boise State University. But we are not teachers at the university. We are here for small business. That's our mandate. And different from some other organizations that are getting government funded, our mandate is 90+% one-on-one professional business consulting for small business. It is no cost and it is all you can eat. I don't care what you got going on, you can bring it. So for me personally, I mean, I have a lot of people on my team across Idaho who are specialists in certain topics like online marketing or even attorneys, even though we can't give legal advice, but we have a lot of experts on our team, but most of us are generalists. So I'm a generalist. I've been an entrepreneur all my life, but now after 15 years of being a business consultant, I get to do it for my clients for free, which I love, right? And that makes it unlimited and it's kind of a best kept secret. So the idea is anywhere from your startup phase on up, as long as your SIC code designates you as a small business at whatever size that is, this is a service for you and you can meet with a seasoned consultant all you like. So I'm just going to leave that as my introduction and then we'll wait until there are questions. Thanks.
There are 6 things from FDIC that I want to briefly introduce to you or reintroduce to you as the case may be. First is Money Smart for Small Business. We mentioned it earlier today, but it's an instructor-led curriculum we developed with the SBA to help small businesses understand more about the financial side of business. So there are modules on like risk management, on developing a business plan, developing relationships with banks, insurance and whatnot. It's a module it's a curriculum that's intended to be taught by a trainer to others, but there's nothing stopping someone from downloading it and becoming familiar with it. Second thing I want to talk about is our small business resource page. If you Google FDIC Small Business Resource Center, you should be able to find it pretty easily. We have on there federal programs and state programs for small businesses. we have information on our small business lending survey. It's a national representative survey to understand more about bank lending practices. And there's other resources on there. Third, we have a cybersecurity guide for small businesses. It's a 2-page brochure, which provides the basic tips to be cyber secure. Fourth, we have a complaint inquiry function. If there's ever an issue with a lender, we encourage you to work it out with the lender, but if you need to contact us, you can. Number 5, events to connect banks with organizations such as those we've been talking about today. So this fall on October 25th, we're going to be holding an event in Idaho Falls. That's a CRA banker roundtable focused on small business issues. It's specifically going to be focusing on the State Small Business Credit Initiative, SSBCI, to try to get greater lender or bank participation in the SSBCI program. And also we have, it's going to highlight community development financial institutions and ways banks can be involved with CDFIs. We have a resource guide specifically around bank CDFI collaborations. It's a guide for banks to help them understand ways to work with CDFIs. And then the last item I want to talk about is you can do business with the FDIC. So if you, also on our webpage, there's a page for doing business with the FDIC. On there, you can search for contract awards we made, and the contractor contact information is there. So it has some basic information. I mean, of course, the first step is to get registered in SAM, as we've been trying to emphasize all day. But beyond that, it helps you identify contract opportunities. So that's all for the FDIC, but I have more to share when it's question time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes a todos. My name is Susie Rios, and I'm the Executive Director for Idaho Women's Business Center and Idaho Connect. Idaho Women's Business Center is a corporation of SBA, Small Business Administration, and the Idaho Connect were funded by SBA. And our mission is to help the underserved, the underrepresented community business members in Idaho. And what we do, is we help individuals launch their business or grow their business. And our biggest focus is to do outreach. And when I say outreach, is to go to those rural areas where there's small towns and provide this information. As we know, the bigger cities like Boise, Twin Falls, and Idaho Falls, they have individuals that are there locally. And we really did a lot of outreach during these 5 years with the Idaho Women's Business Center. With the Idaho Connect, we contracted 8 different organizations through the whole state of Idaho, and which is the Veteran Chamber of Commerce, Veteran Entrepreneur Alliance, Idaho Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, South Central Idaho Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, the Black Community Alliance, 3 indigenous tribes, which is Nez Perce, Coeur d'Alene, and Shoshone. With that, there's other 2 tribes in Idaho, which we have also assisted. So as you can see, we are out there helping the underserved and the underrepresented. And I'll share some more things once those questions will come up. Thank you.
I will make this quick because you guys have heard from us on every single panel. No, but I would be remiss if I did not point out our website as well. We have really, I guess, beefed it up over the last couple of years. So everything you guys have heard about today, as far as capital, contracting, counseling, it is all online. We have tutorials, we have libraries of recorded trainings, businesses. If you want to start a business, business plan. We have a dozen templates depending on where you are on your business journey.
everything that you get from us is gonna be online. And I will acquiesce my time to Department of Commerce. So Jerry.
Well, thank you so much, Shannon. My name is Jerry Miller, and I'm with the Idaho Department of Commerce. I'm on the department's business retention and expansion team. And the mission of the Idaho Department of Commerce is threefold. First is to build strong communities. Second is to help grow business here in the state of Idaho. And third is to market Idaho to the world. So to that end, I want to talk about a couple of resources that I didn't talk about this morning when I came up here and hijacked that panel. The first is called the Idaho Global Entrepreneurship Program, or IGEM for short. So this is a program where Department of Commerce partners with businesses and one of our 3 research universities here in the state of Idaho to take technology that is emerging and help get it to the state to where it can be commercialized and actually turned into the business. So to that end, we do have some grant dollars available for this program. Now, those grants don't go directly to the businesses. They go to the university departments that are doing the research that are partnering with the businesses. But for those of you that are working on developing intellectual property, new technology, it's not quite ready to go to the SBIR level or IR or that route yet, then come talk to us at Idaho Department of Commerce, and we will hopefully be able to connect you with the university that can help you perfect that. One of the great resources that our IGEM program has on their website, and that is igem.idaho.gov. Say that again, igem.idaho.gov is the IGEM resource map. And that resource map is essentially a pin map that can be filtered into 3 categories. The first category is funding. So all those funding programs that we talked about here this morning, you can go to that map and you can find which ones are closest to you and which ones are operating statewide. We'll give you some basic contact information and links to the websites for those funding programs. In addition to that, we have on that map a list of incubators and accelerators across the state of Idaho. So these are facilities for businesses that are emerging. Maybe the business isn't large enough, doesn't have the resources to have a physical office space. Maybe they need to use office space on an occasional basis or interim basis. We have those locations listed on there. I also believe we have maker labs on there. So if you're looking to do 3D printing, anything along those sort of lines, then we have those resources there. We also have venture capital resources on that map. So it's something I really, really would encourage you to check out. Another resource we offer at the Idaho Department of Commerce, and this again is another website, it's called gemstateprospector.com. Gemstateprospector, that's all one word, .com. And this site can help businesses in 2 ways. First of all, it's a clearinghouse for commercial and industrial properties that are available in the state of Idaho. So if you're looking for office space, if you're looking for a place to set up a small manufacturing facility, you can go to this resource and search and see what properties out there might be available. It's free to search. It's free to put listings up there. It's a lot cheaper to use than some of the other commercial proprietary resources out there that might be able to give you that same information. The second way, and this is what I think is the most valuable part of gemstateprospector.com, is that there are a number of mapping tools on there. So let's say you're looking to set up a coffee shop in your town, and you want to see how many other coffee shops there are in your town. You can go to Gemstate Prospector and you can do a filter of the businesses by industry, by NAICS code, and it will give you that list. If you want to be more granular and do it based on a 5 mile radius, a 10-mile radius of a specific address, you can search doing that. We'll also search doing drive times anywhere from 5 up to 30. So 5 miles up to 30 miles. 5 minutes up to 30 minutes of drive time. And we've had a number of folks come to us who were putting together business plans who needed some of that information, or they maybe they needed demographic information, income level information for a particular neighborhood or a particular city or a particular county, and they can find it very quickly and very easily and free of charge by using gemstateprospector.com. So with that, I'll yield back the floor and let's have some questions.
Excellent.
Sounds easy.
Okay, there we go.
On that second, website you spoke of, can you give me that one?
Sure, that is Gem State Prospector. That is all. Oh, the one before that? Oh, that one was iGEM, and that's IGEM.idaho.gov. And there you'll find information about the iGEM program, but there you'll also find the link to the iGEM resource map. And that's the one that I was talking about. I think it's very valuable to any business of any size.
I have a question. How many, do we have any farmers and ranchers? Any agriculture enterprises, anyone?
Let me ask this question. Are any of you in the room that are business owners? Do you hire employees? Are you contemplating about hiring employees?
I have an employee starting tomorrow.
Oh, great.
And I hire sometimes, I have like 5 employees now, but we hire some contractors as well.
Okay.
We use on as needed.
The reason I mention this is that there's a federal program out there that a lot of people don't know about, but don't take advantage of. It's called the Workforce Opportunity Tax Credit. And that's a tax credit of up to $9,600 per employee if you're hiring somebody who is coming out of military service, so they're transitioning from the military into civilian service, or they're somebody who's been chronically unemployed for a long time. So, and there's a variety of reasons why that person might have been chronically unemployed and they're coming back in the workforce. Maybe they've been on long-term disability. Maybe they're a stay-at-home parent who took time off out of the workforce to raise kids. It's also available to businesses who are hiring folks who are transitioning out of government housing. And by government housing, I mean the correctional system. Now, I know when I talk to businesses about this and I mention this, I get some skeptical looks on their faces. But the businesses that I've talked to that have taken advantage of this program tell me that, first of all, hiring folks coming out of the correctional system, those folks are usually more motivated and more eager than the random person they might hire off the street. They tend to be considerably more loyal. So there's less turnover with that population. They tend to be very, very creative, because when you're living in government housing like that, you tend to heighten your problem solving skills, and you get very innovative with workarounds, and let's just leave it at that. In conjunction with the Workforce Opportunity Tax Credit, our Idaho Department of Labor offers a bonding program for businesses who hire, quote unquote, at-risk employees. So these would be the same employees that would qualify for that workforce hiring folks. These would be the same folks that you would hire to get that Workforce Opportunity Tax Credit. And so what this bonding program does, it protects the business from any sort of criminal loss that might result from taking a chance on somebody who's coming out of the correctional system. So I just want to throw it out there for the folks who might be watching online, because that's a program that a lot of businesses don't know about. It doesn't have really high benefit and pay requirements like some of the other tax incentives that the state of Idaho has to offer. So it's something that I really, really encourage folks to look into. And in Idaho, that program is managed by our Idaho Department of Labor. So talk to your local Idaho Department of Labor representative to get more information about that.
Jerry, do you know if there's a database with candidates that they can go and look at with labor? Like, how do they find these candidates?
That's a very good question.
A
I don't
labor
know.
question? Okay, thank you.
But if they go to you, I mean, you'll find out if maybe some of the questions right from the application that they might check if they're a veteran or.
Yeah, if you have it on your app, yeah.
Yeah, businesses that are partnering with labor for hiring, the Department of Labor will do some of the initial screening for you and check them for skills and check them for background and make sure that at least on paper, they're potentially a good fit for your business. So if you're looking for somebody who you're looking to train up and get a CDL license, they're not going to hook you up with somebody who has a bad driving record and wouldn't be able to get that CDL, or it'd be very difficult for them to get that CDL. And so they can do some of that preliminary screening for you.
And that tax credit is available nationwide, so
Mhm.
if you, in all states, wherever you are, you can take advantage of that tax credit. This is a federal program.
I saw a hand raised up earlier. No.
That was my hand at all.
That's a girl class.
So this is kind of for Ruth and Susie. Your mandate is to do a lot of one-on-one counseling, right? Out with rural Idaho and a lot of rural areas beyond Idaho, how do you manage that connection with rural businesses? How can we be in rural development help connect businesses with you?
You've heard of Zoom, right? You've heard of Zoom?
I have heard.
Yeah. So one thing that COVID did for us is it doesn't matter where you're sitting right now. I do probably 80% one-on-one consulting virtually, and another 20% based on the client wanting to meet with me, or me really wanting to go out and see a facility, which happens on occasion as well. Like, I got to get out there and see what you got. So I'd say it's about an 80-20, which just opened the door to rural counties. It's keeping people off the road and keeping their time at the minimum as well. Thanks.
Was that addressed to me as well? Did I hear my name? Yeah. We do a lot of Zoom because after COVID, I mean, that's what we had to do. But I do say that even during COVID, all the events that we already had scheduled, there's not one that we canceled. But there was days I wasn't sure if that same day we were going to cancel, but we managed to get through it. We were really fortunate, I have to say. So that was a big, that was something huge for our communities, because there are a lot of the I'm going to say Latinos, because I work a lot with Latinos. They want to be in person because the comfort level is there. And we tried really hard to do it in person. And if they wanted to do it in person, we were going to do it in person. We had in-house training classes and they were invited. If it was a one-to-one, we would do the same thing. Once you build that relationship, then you want to make them feel comfortable to learn how to use Zoom, because we did have individuals that did not know how to even download Zoom. So either you're in person with them and you teach them, or you do it over the phone or over, and so sometimes it can be, it takes a long time, but at the very end, it's about empowering the business owner, because they only need one time for someone to believe in them and to be empowered to go on to the next step, because they have great ideas. The underserved community have amazing ideas. And then you just trickle it down like, okay, if we really want to get things done faster, instead of me traveling to you or you coming to me, we'll do the Zoom.
It's hard to follow our motivational speaker, which is always Susie. But and that's the beauty of our resource partners with the SBA. We do have a lot of it. Irene is our outreach specialist. Irene, I don't think we've introduced you, so I think everybody knows Irene. But once the official COVID was over, and even before that, she was getting like, we don't want to do Zoom. Like we're so tired of Teams. Could you please come out? Can you please come to our business training? And that's a beauty of SBDCs. We have 6 in the state. The WBCs, we had 2, Community Navigator, 9 spokes. And so we really focused, especially Susie hit the nail on the head is, rural is underserved. So when you hear all this DEI, it's rural. They are very underserved because, you know, when you're out in, I don't know, McCammon, Idaho, you don't have the resources right here. You don't have these conferences every month in McCammon or Donley or
Troy, Idaho.
yeah.
I never knew there was a Troy. Idaho.
Kidding, yeah. And so that's the beauty of you can take the drive to Pocatello or Idaho Falls or Twin. And so if you want that in person, we really try to we have somebody somewhere and we'll meet you somewhere. Because they want, especially the underserved communities, they don't trust, they're not gonna hop on the online training. I guarantee you that. They want to know who you are. And a lot of times when we worked with Susie and her crew, we couldn't get into communities unless we partnered with them. Especially some of our, you know, our Native American communities is we needed to be brought in by a trusted partner. And that was the beauty of that community navigator. And yeah, it makes a difference, Tobin, sometimes just being able to meet them there. We love virtual and it's still, we do half our meetings virtual, but especially in Idaho that they want to sit down with you.
And I always say this, I work for the government, you know, I worked for government with the Department of Commerce Labor for over 16 years. And we did a lot of outreach then, but I hear organizations, you know, say, how can we better serve our communities? Sometimes we have to get out of our comfort zone and really do something different. If you say you want to help, we need to go to our community members. We really do. And I know that there's people that it's not what they like to do, but let me tell you, I have been everywhere. I don't care what color you are. If you want to talk, I'm going to be there to help you. I'm not the expert, but I'm the connector. And when you are the connector and you get to know your resource partners, I don't do this thing, call this person. I get on the phone with them right there. Because a lot of times people don't even have the confidence to pick up the phone and call someone else. And I get people that say, well, Susie, they have to learn it. I mean, I've been told that. And I get it. I do. But let's have patience. Let's be good listeners. And once we do those two things, they will trust us. You empower them. And you know what you have done? You will put our community members in a different step where they feel so confident and then they start running by themselves. That's all. And then they go. So.
And that takes commitment. That takes commitment and that takes that passion. And that is something that this event, you know, I don't want to, but that's what this event is all about. Taking the resources to the community. You know?
I do have to say on that, taking it to community, you know, Latinos, we're really like, we're loud. We speak with our hands. I do, and a lot of my family does that. And when I went to our indigenous communities, you know, you go in there and they're real quiet. And sometimes they don't look at you. So it's like what I did is I did some research, you know, what I needed to do and not to do. And I said, Susie, you can't go in there and just start talking and being really loud, talking with your hand and giving this big smile that I do. And I had to tone it down. And when I'm there with tribal council, you know, they're amazing. They're very respectful. Very respectful. And they are there to walk in and they already have a gift for you. So, and you learn a lot from them. And I told my partners, I said, man, I said, you know, kind of kick me under if I'm being kind of loud. And they said, oh no, Susie, they already know you. That's the way you are. You've been here a lot, so you can do that. And so it's just about learning. And I have to say, I treat everybody the same. I mean, my white neighbors, I do the same thing, not any different.
I said poverty has no colors. People need help.
I think the one thing that I just want to thank you all, the organizers for this event, is
opening our eyes that there is resources all over. Like, I've never thought of it that broadly, because one of the scary things in the business, if you're a small business and you think of government, the assumption is you need a law degree to understand even what they're talking about. Paper and document and document and document. So it's very scary that people just wanna just say, I'd rather just sell to some other person here than have to deal with that. And so coming here and you're told, oh, go to people to help you look through what you're doing, go to that. I'm just fascinated because I wish this information reaches many more people.
This is your tax
People are
dollars at
very
work
scared.
right here.
People, you're very scared about government and no government in general.
So we want you to be that mentor and we want you to share that story. That's what we need. We need you to be that messenger for us to get the word out that these resources do exist and we want to help. We want to help. Sometimes we come with different personalities. I'm like you said, I'm loud. I don't need a mic. I'm from Mississippi. And so, and my voice carries me. My husband and my son, they text me all during the day. You are too loud. David, he's laughing because he knows. But my passion is there to help. And I don't care what, we represent the nation. You can call me. Like I said, my contact information is attached to every email that I send. And I take calls and I try my best to respond to calls and respond to emails. Now Shannon sent me so many emails I could not follow.
She made it sound like it was bad.
It was
making this
wonderful.
great event. It was
No, it was wonderful. She kept me on my P's and Q's because we were working 2 events in the same week. And it takes a lot to put one of these on, but we are committed. We are passionate. We will be back. And this is not just one and done for us. Please feel free to reach out to me. Like I said, you will get my email address because we're going to share this recording. I hope it recorded properly. Again, I apologize for Zoom.com going down and the camera stopping, but that's technology. But we want to get that information out and we will continue to get the information out. So I appreciate that comment from you that, we made it seem approachable and attainable that you can do business with the government.
So yeah, the other thing, I think you hit it right, on a nail, that these languages are sometimes, to us, we speak in tax codes. But it's been, we have been scrubbed through irs.gov. We have to put in plain languages, what they call. So more and more publications are being converted to plain languages. And we are, having the best of the best to help translate into, because it is crossing cultural boundary. So we wanted to make sure, the folks are not, we don't want you to be scared to come to get information. We want to be more approachable to everyone. But if budgets allow, I'll be coming out more.
Excellent.
If they allow me to come out more.
And Jack, I want to make a good point to the small businesses in here. And the beauty of our resource partners, I think every single panel has talked about the importance of the small business development centers, the women's business centers, SCORE, who wasn't able to be here today. Idaho Connect is, they're kind of, every federal agency is trying to get non-governmenty, but we're not the best at it. And it takes us 10 times as long as the private sector does. And that's what our resource partners do so incredibly well. People call us for contracting and we're like, you know what? Marie Baker over at SBDC, she has got this, and they're almost like our translator. They make it more approachable for small businesses, and it sounds funny, but that's what they do. U.S. Patent and Trade, if you want to copyright something, SBDC, they have so many counselors that were like, let me break this down for you. And I attend as many counseling sessions as I can. I'm like, I could not have explained it because they work day in and day out with small businesses like you. So they translate all our services. I can't think of a better way to explain it. Ruth. It's just
Absolutely.
Yeah, they break it down to a business level. They know exactly what you guys are struggling with. They get small businesses ready for our programs.
Looks like we have some questions too. I'm sorry.
So we don't, we have, Ken Bach just wanted to say thank you for, making this available, one of our virtual participants. And so, with the camera turned away from the keyboard, I'll say you're welcome. It's, I was trying to type it, but it didn't, but it's nice to get the feedback from our audience that this is, a good event and good presentations from our, all of the panelists today. So.
Yep. And I don't think we should have had Jerry on from the get-go. Idaho Commerce they are another partner I think SBA works with. I think all of our partners at the table, hand in hand. And I think that's the beauty of Idaho. I've been trying to tell our DC team is it doesn't matter if you're on the federal level, state level, or local level. We're all facilitators. People come to me and I'm like, you need to call Jerry's office, or Jerry during the pandemic. It's like, you need to call Shannon's team, the PPP, the IDLE. Any one of us can help you on your business journey because we all work so closely together. So just reach out to one of us and we'll get you in the right spot. We try not to do phone tag. We know exactly who to match you with.
Now, I would like to echo what Shannon just said is with this kind of work, I know that, we work so well together in the state of Idaho with our resource partners, and which really helps our client when we can all work together and pick up that phone. And I can also just say that working with SBA, with Shannon and Irene and Thea now, working with them.
We took Thea from the WBC.
Yeah, and that was good. That was good, Thea. But I have to say, it's so nice to know that, Irene is always so available to go anywhere in the state of Idaho to assist us or vice versa. So there's no such thing as this is my boundary or this is yours. I don't even know what that is, because I love to talk and I love to talk to business owners and I want to get them connected to the right person.
Okay, we're at the very end, last minute. We're gonna end it for the whole break. Okay, thank you, everybody. We will go to a 10-minute break while we switch to the next.
Broadband.
Yep, and we're gonna switch to broadband, so we're gonna get some technology hooked up here, and so thank you, everybody. So back here at 3:10, please.
You have an email radius. There's, I wrote that is what I need that. Because that's part of me doing your business research. It's right
No,
there.
I don't want to blind loop.
Thank you.
Oh,
Before I'm like, or anybody else going by.
Yeah.
Yeah. Primarily. But
It's mostly.
yes.
I know it's too late to be a part of it. I would love. Who are you working with on that side of the thing? Spike, okay. Okay. No, I think it's Spike.
invite both of our speakers to make their way up to the stage, and as we're settling down,
Peter and Ramon.
Peter, Ramon, if you can join me on stage, please.
And then, Shannon, if you want to do it while we're.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave you with Shannon. She has a quick announcement here.
Ruth wanted me to let everybody know, businesses and partners, that she left a bunch of her cards out on the SBA table out there. There's a QR code. So if you just scan it, it takes you right to the page and you can set up an appointment with the counselor. So if anybody's interested in getting a one-on-one appointment, the cards are right on our table.
Right.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. All right, now we're back. So we're in the final stretch of our program. I have with me up here Peter Hawks and Ramon Sanchez. Did I get that right? We're gonna more so have an informal dialogue, and it's too many people. It's gonna be Peter and Ramon that's gonna lead that next discussion. But it is around broadband and it is around telecommunication. We've been the last couple of Path to Prosperities, we've been implementing this discussion in the program. I think it's important. I think it's an important discussion because every place that we've gone to, this is top of mind for a lot of businesses, for a lot of the agriculture, especially the folks in the rural areas. It's really important to them to understand what's happening, more so at the federal level, but more importantly at the state level, to help them with this issue, because we know it's important. It is the future. It's going to pave the success of your business. It's going to help you. So with that, I'm going to leave Peter and Ramon. So thank you.
Great. Thanks for having us, David, and everybody else. Ramon and I are sort of the broadband faces of all the federal and state funding that's going out to serve our local exchange carriers and internet service providers to get broadband access out to the rural, unserved and underserved areas, to help America prosper better and to help economic development and get you all connected. And so from a small business perspective, it gives us a deeper insight to some of those needs in rural America, at least from the USDA standpoint. Everybody thinks farming and farming and farming, but we know that USDA provides a wealth of opportunities for, as we heard today, but also in other programs to help distance learning, telemedicine, Community Connect, and other programs that help connect rural America to the resources that they need outside. And I'll hand it over to my partner, Ramon, to sort of bridge the gap with state funding.
Yes, absolutely. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. And thank you, Shannon and Peter, for extending the invite. Really appreciate any time I get to talk about broadband, because it really is it's a fascinating topic for a lot of people. It's complex, but it's also vital to all industries, all different communities. And what we have in front of us in terms of grant opportunities, not only in the state of Idaho, but across the country, is really special in terms of the amount of funding that's being invested into this infrastructure. And when it comes to the state of Idaho specifically, the funding I'm going to talk a little bit about, specifically the federal components, we're going to be putting ourselves in position to build projects and broadband infrastructure to connect people to the internet that we just simply wouldn't have been able to do on our own with state dollars. And so really, I'm going to just kind of walk through the main programs that the Idaho Office of Broadband is administering and coordinating. I do have some slides. I'm going to share those with the team afterwards. So any additional information that you guys want, you'll have that via PDF. And then also one thing I really like to impress upon everyone, and I thought the panel before this did a really great job of echoing this, is a complete open door policy. Really pride myself and the office and the Department of Commerce on our responsiveness and our efforts when it comes to customer service. No matter if you're a CEO of a Fortune 500 company or you're a county clerk in the middle of nowhere, you're going to get the same response and information and access to me and my team at the Idaho Office of Broadband. So that's really something that's important to me and a goal that we strive for on a daily basis. So just to talk about some of the programs real quickly. So first of all, we've got an Idaho Broadband Fund. This is the state grant program. It was created in 2021 and it started off with $35 million. The board, which is the governing authority in the state of Idaho for all broadband funding decisions, policy, and project selection, was created in that same year. And just for some little context, in Idaho, we are a little unique with that board as it is very political. We've got 3 members from the House, 3 members from the Senate, and then 3 appointees from the governor office representing private sector. And so they are the board that, again, are the decision makers, and we work with them to accomplish the goals and objectives of the programs. Well, when they created that board, they allotted $35 million in general funds. And so as the board kind of got their footing, put together a strategic plan, they finally got to a point where they were comfortable awarding some of those monies and did award $26.3 million in January of this calendar year. So that was our first expenditure of state dollars as it relates to broadband infrastructure specifically. And what they invested in is 2 large-scale middle mile projects that are going to go up and down north-south of the state's backbone, connecting Moscow all the way down to Star, Idaho. Predominantly the US 95 corridor crosses over Highway 55 at Smith's Ferry, crosses over the hills, hits Emmett, comes out Highway 17 and then 44 to Star. And so a significant one-way continuous connection that all of those communities along the ways, whether it's local jurisdictions, individuals, and small businesses will be able to gain access to. Now, in full transparency, these projects don't get built overnight. We're just now in the process of getting the final agreement signed. They'll begin construction next year, and their commitment is about 100 miles per year. So that puts it at about a 3.5 year project for completion. But there's also other tidbits as far as, how we're going to get things lit up. We're still in conversations, do we start at the north and south simultaneously? Are we able to light it up as we go? And so just so we're all on the same page in terms of what we should expect, but we're going to make that happen as fast as we can. There is a remaining $8.7 million in that fund. And again, those are state dollars that have the most flexibility when it comes to grants in general. But at this point, the board hasn't given any real inclination or direction on what they want to do with that money. There's multiple conversations surrounding those dollars. Obviously, there's stakeholders interested in those monies. I will talk about BEAD. That's kind of the large funding pot. And as a result of the BEAD program coming, there are some match components. And so that's bled into some conversations with this 8.7 million. Does the board consider that as an opportunity to help these smaller ISPs or smaller scale applicants when it comes to providing match on those other grant programs? So that's kind of the status right now for the Idaho Broadband Fund. Then we've got the Capital Projects Fund. So these are monies left over from ARPA. The state of Idaho was allocated $120 million to spend on broadband infrastructure grants across the state. We worked with stakeholders, including ISPs, local jurisdictions, and the public through the winter and spring of this year. And then we went live this summer with our grants. And it was, I would say, really successful. We're right now in the process of finalizing our scoring and reviewing of those applications. But to give folks an idea of the need out there, we received 109 applications with a total request of $586 million. And we've got 120 to give. So completely overprescribed. That tracks with most of the broadband programs. And I can tell you, diving into those applications for the last 2-3 months, what's going to be really challenging for the board is it's a lot of really great projects. I mean, of course, there's a few at the bottom of the pile, but it is a lot of strong applications. You can tell that there are communities across the state that have really taken this initiative in terms of strategizing for infrastructure in their community very seriously. And that proactive effort is then reflected in these grants. And so that's one thing I would say as far as a walk away from today is thinking about how you can work with your colleagues, partners, families, friends, whatever community you're in to get the conversation going about broadband infrastructure, because these monies are going to come. And although it seems like it's little by little incremental, the time's going to fly. And when it comes to the board making decisions, my hunch is they're going to be wanting to invest in communities that have a plan, that have a strategy, that have some resources in place. And so that's what we can do today is start talking about how do we best position communities and our partners to be ready for those dollars. So we'll continue working on the scoring and finalization of that program. I expect the board to make awards this fall And so they'll fully allocate that $120 million. And we don't know how many projects that's gonna be. We don't know, if they're gonna be geographically spread out. I will say, based on the submissions that we received, which tracks with our geography and background, North Idaho, definitely a lot of need. So like north of Riggins, north of Grangeville, a large number of those applications are representative of that particular area. So really exciting that 120 million is going to get deployed this fall. And then the applicants have until the end of 2026 to get those projects built. So that gives you a little timeline on what communities can expect to see. And then the big boy in the room is the almighty BEAD program. So Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program. This is under the Investment and Infrastructure Jobs Act. The state of Idaho was allocated a little over $583 million. So pretty special opportunity for us. But again, important to kind of temper expectations at the same time. Our goal and objective with that money is to connect 100% of all and underserved locations that are still remaining in the state. And so basically we define that on speeds, download, upload speeds. So for those locations that are receiving download, upload speeds below 100 over 20 megabytes per second will be eligible. And so our charge is to, again, connect 100% of those locations with the 583. It's a tall task. Some of our preliminary analysis has showed if we went straight fiber only in the ground, we might need double that amount of money. But fortunately, there are alternative types of technology. There's fixed wireless. There's a lot more conversation surrounding low orbit satellites. So most people know that as like Starlink. Obviously, there's some affordability issues with that. So that's why the conversations are still preliminary. But our goal, again, will be to distribute that money in a manner that, again, connects everyone that's remaining online and to the internet. So basically what that program entails, and that's really the most relevant, I think, for this group, because we're right now in the preliminary stages of planning. The team is getting ready. Actually, tomorrow we will be publishing our draft initial proposal. And so this is basically the state's strategic plan on how we're going to deploy this $583 million. And so the initial proposal is going to be open for public comment for a full 30 days. And so we encourage general public, local officials, professionals in this room, and then our ISP, internet service providers, to review that document and comment on it. Not to get too much into the details, but the two main pieces of this initial proposal, volume one, we're talking about the challenge process. And so in the broadband world, we're talking about how are we going to work together as a state and then with our stakeholders to identify what locations are truly eligible for this funding. And so we need to identify that on the map ahead of time. And so I envision that work happening in early and mid calendar year 24. And then the other piece of this initial proposal is the subgrantee selection process. So something unique to this program is we will be defining and identifying all of the eligible applicants before the grant even opens. And so we're going to put together the parameters and the regulations on what it looks like to be a qualifying applicant in the state of Idaho. And so we will have a list of who is eligible to submit applications before the grant even goes live. And then we foresee that happening sometime at the end of next calendar year. Of course, you've got another layer of federal review on top of this process, which makes it again unique and kind of pushes that money out further. And so again, I think right now is the perfect time to be talking about it because we are in the early stages of planning and strategizing, and the money rolling is probably a couple of years away from now. But those are really the three main programs we're interested in speaking to people about and learning about how they're either impacting folks as they roll out or how we can help get folks engaged going forward. Another couple of comments that were made on that earlier panel that I really appreciated was working with the diverse communities across the state. And that's been really important for the team at Commerce and Idaho Office of Broadband when it comes to this BEAD program. So very specific and assertive efforts working with all of our 5 recognized tribes. We have formal consultations and meetings with those tribes, working with our Hispanic population, working with those that are socioeconomically disadvantaged, the LGBTQ population, really wanting to touch as many folks and communities as possible, because again, the internet is something we all use. And you know, you go into this thinking, well, at least broadband's not very confrontational, or there's not a lot of conflict. And generally speaking, that's right, except when it comes to like, how do you spin that 583, Ramon? So that's where, you know, that's where some of the conflict and the discussions come up. But that's why right now it's critical that we get everyone on the same page and kind of put our strategic plan out there, so we're on solid footing going into calendar year 24. So that's the high level nutshell of our 3 programs.
Ramon, thanks, you know, for being here, because I kind of think of the state's funding for that they've gotten through the different acts as the big gold nugget. USDA's involvement in broadband is a smaller nugget, but it's been a consistent nugget that's been around year over year since 1937, starting with the Rural Electrification Act. So when the lights came on in some of these houses in rural America, that was spearheaded by the USDA and Teddy Roosevelt saying we need to get our everybody connected and powered up. Beyond that, a few decades later was the Telecommunications Act, and that was the getting telephone lines out to everybody. So we really want to have in our programs, it's sort of a continuation of this evolution of getting people connected in a different way. Everybody relies on broadband. Thankfully, I left those devices on my table back there, but almost everybody's connected. Susie, hats off to you and being a voice, bringing people to the table. I was traveled 2,000 miles the week before last throughout Montana, visiting some borrowers, visiting some tribes, some rural communities that are struggling, and they are very excited for the broadband to get to their areas. As Ramon said, it's a heavy lift, it's a long lift. It's not if, it's when now. So it's realized, but not actualized. USDA, the broadband is just an enabler. It's a way to leverage the connectivity that's going to happen out in any environment. USDA programs target rural areas, population 20,000 or less. We have a number of programs that are targeted towards our incumbent local exchange carriers, sort of the cooperatives of the states. We also are working with some competitive local exchange carriers, but very infrequent, and we're trying to welcome more internet service providers into the program as well. We support a huge tribal and Alaska Native population with a lot of federal funding from USDA going towards their improvement of their communities, undersea cables in Alaska, microwave networks going from islands over mountaintops. So it's just amazing. I have 25 years in wireless telecommunications, and I'm just amazed that it's going to continue growing. And I have to also compliment the state. Ramon's broadband program has been, to me, a poster child of how the state should be doing it. The involvement that you guys have from all the parties and the partnership with the libraries to engage the communities for feedback in this whole process, tops.
Thanks, yeah, very important. You know, again, feeding off a little bit the panel earlier, the partnerships are key for us. So we've got the Idaho Department of Commerce, where my office is housed. We've got the Idaho Commission for Libraries, which is running a federal program more focused on digital equity and digital access. And as a little side note, what I like to do is I like to think about that as that's the people person. That's the social piece of this. You know, I can talk about building $500 million of infrastructure and burying conduit all over the state. But if we're not talking about cybersecurity, if we're not talking about educating folks, if we're not talking about providing devices for folks, well, then what did we really do if the people at the end aren't able to use it? And so that digital access, digital equity, huge component of this, and our friends at Commission for Libraries are taking that charge. Then we also have partners at the Idaho Office of Information Technology, so ITS services. There's 2.5 members of that team that are strictly dedicated to mapping for broadband purposes. So GIS mapping, we're constantly mapping for our partners, we're building dashboards, improving our application processes. So those are vital. And then as Peter alluded to, you know, the internet service providers in Idaho have been very active, very engaged. And it's helpful because we can't be the subject matter experts on every piece of this. And so when you have an active stakeholder group, that's what's really key. And so kind of circling back to this group and thinking about our communities and who we work with, that's where I think a lot of, again, these conversations need to be had is what is X community doing to expand connectivity or to expand economic opportunity in an area where it may be disadvantaged because there simply isn't connectivity. I think we all recognize the impact that has on small and large businesses. You know, whether it's Jerry or myself or anyone else, when we talk about Idaho, 9 times out of 10, we talk about the entrepreneurship and the spirit that exists here. Well, how many stories I've heard about high schoolers wanting to start their own business in Fairfield, Idaho, but they can't sell anything online because the internet doesn't work well enough for them to maintain a legitimate business. And so you just hear those stories all over. And so, you know, that individual ends up leaving Fairfield and moving to Twin Falls. And so those are the kind of things I think that we'll be able to improve in a positive way as far as our rural locations across the state. And so again, those partnerships, I mentioned some of the main ones, but then the local ones as well. And so when I talk about having these local conversations, I kind of think of it, you know, grassroots, boots on the grounds. We refer to them in the field as BATs. They're called broadband action teams. And so essentially this is just like, this is the local people that are the doers on the ground that are organizing folks. And so that's what it takes. It really starts organically. And so you start getting some of that momentum, and then you pull in the Idaho Office of Broadband and you contact the commissioner libraries. Or another big one has been the UI Extension Office Digital Economy Program. They've been leading a huge charge and just a big lift for broadband and this community outreach. And so, you know, again, not to use it too much, but that prior panel talking about connecting resources, that's a huge thing. What I feel like I do, Peter does, is let's find out where these businesses are located. Let's find out if there is any activity on the ground happening. And if not, we can start making some contacts. And if there is, start putting the right people together. And so that's a really important part of this whole process, is that grassroots strategic planning.
In addition, you know, it's not just about the education, cybersecurity, and e-commerce opportunities that the broadband is going to enable. It's also distance learning, telemedicine, healthcare, the services that will ride on to this, the ability for communities to become more self-sustaining instead of driving an hour or 2 hours to get those services that they need. And I've seen it, I've realized it with some of our initial programs. It's, you know, a kid going to school that got hit by COVID, couldn't go to school and lives 50 miles out down gravel road. And he contacted their service provider. They applied for a grant for us in this is amazing fast. It's not normal, but in 8 months that kid was connected and back on school and graduated in 2020. So the opportunity, the capabilities there, it's just going to take some time. It's kind of like two brain cells, right, growing. And if you've ever seen a little video of this, it's cool to watch, but you'll see these two cells and they'll start reaching out to each other, and then they'll start making those electrical connections. And it's exactly what all this funding is doing, is getting all the internet service providers, all the exchange carriers together and getting people connected. But it has to have a human element. That's what we're in the middle of and enjoy doing so much. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So we had one question come in on the chat, and I just want to make sure we touch this in the timely. So let me just make sure. So Ramon, you discussed a proposal that's coming up. So the question is where will this proposal be visible for review and comment?
Perfect. Thank you. That was definitely something I should have included in my opening remarks. So we've been focusing on centralizing everything. And so linkup.idaho.gov. So linkup, all one word, .idaho.gov. That's our centralized location where you can find all things broadband. Now the challenge that we are admittedly facing, and I'm totally open ears at this time, or if anyone has any brainstorms later, is we're trying to do the significant outreach to rural Idaho about connecting onto the internet. And a lot of it is go to the internet to access it. And so, you start thinking, okay, well, this just doesn't make sense. And so, I'll tell you a couple of things we are doing right off the top that were easy, and that's working with our libraries. And so the Idaho Commission for Libraries will be communicating with the public libraries across the state. And those that are willing and able to assist will be printing out the materials. So a lot of the information you'll see from my office is if you can't access it from the internet, contact your local library. And then the other option would be, we're happy to do mailers. Now we didn't do mass mailing because this initial proposal, volume 1 and 2 is, 100 pages or more. And so it didn't make sense to do a whole bunch of those. But we're happy to provide that type of access if needed. But again, link up to idaho.gov, and then your local library would be the best effort. And then besides that, again, I'll include my contact information with the data and documents that go out to the whole group, but feel free to just contact me directly, and happy to troubleshoot or problem solve whatever we need to do.
Any questions from the audience?
Is the company that won the 26 million that you talked about, is it public information or?
So very great question. So the 26.3 million, it was actually 2 separate awards. So the northern piece is just from Moscow to Grangeville. That's about 100 miles. And that is a award that went to the Port of Lewiston. So the Port of Lewiston is a quasi-governmental entity. And so it was what, $6.3 million went to them. And then they got another 8.5 or so from the feds. So I think that's like a $14-15 million project. And then the other 20 million went to a quasi partnership, I guess, 2 different applicants called IRON and IIG. IRON is the Idaho Regional Optical Network. This is the main nonprofit company that's responsible for connecting all of the public educational institutions in the state, as well as multiple hospitals and INL. So they're part of the partnership. And then IIG, Intermountain Infrastructure Group. Now that's really, they're a major firm that build large scale projects across the country. That's really where the money's coming from. On that bottom segment, that 200 miles, it's an $80 million project, and they're putting up 60 million private. And then the 20 million complements it. But yeah, that information, above and beyond that, we have it posted on our website as well.
I wanted to add, so with all this money out there, it's kind of chaos. How do people figure out that? How do they get involved? How can they participate or their business? We have another program called the Broadband Technical Assistance Program we just rolled out. Last year, we had a FOA and it closed, I believe, in June. We're close to making announcements. We're looking at 2024 to have another round. And that is to help nonprofits and cooperatives and other entities understand what broadband is going to mean for their communities. So Ramon and the state funding that comes through the feds ends up, here's the what, and then some of our funding helps define the how and how it's going to be leveraged. Not all of it, but it's a multifaceted, multi-agency, I don't know, snowball that's coming, and it's getting bigger and bigger. And so hopefully the sun will come out, melt it to a little bit, and everybody will be connected. I just want to say thank you to Jackie, my USDA partner, and my local state RD partners, and my new partners, the FDIC, and my old partners, the state broadband team, for having us. Really cool.
Anything else?
David.
Good question. So I'm sure Idaho is not the only state that is looking to solve this issue. I think there's a lot, like we just did in Montana. But is there a state that you're aware of that has kind of gotten a head start, something that you guys are looking toward, that they're doing in their rural areas that is helping introduce broadband? I don't know.
Yeah. No, that's a great question. First of all, kind of high level, you know, when you think about connectivity challenges and then who remains to be connected, the and underserved, it is predominantly out west. So when you look at our eastern seaboard states, you know, they're very well connected. States like Vermont are close to full connectivity, Rhode Island. And so when you get out here, more space, a lot more challenges. What I would say is the broadband world, we do a lot of communicating with each other. So like what's happening over in Oregon, Washington, constant communication with the directors down in Nevada and Utah. So at this point, just a lot of leveraging of ideas. But I would take a little tangent here if I could. I thought maybe where you're going is a potential challenge is because all 50 states plus the 6 territories are working on this at the exact same time. A huge challenge is the workforce issue and workforce development. So I think that's something everyone's in this room is familiar with that on many different levels. But yeah, on this broadband funding, you know, I mentioned the 583 for Idaho. It was 42.5 billion for the country. And so every single state got a piece of that. And so that's where I foresee some of our challenges. And so that some of that brainstorming with other states on how they're tackling that'll be where we want to share some information.
Is there any collaboration from state to state? You know, where there's certain sort of regions?
Yes, absolutely. We've got Western working groups and then also national. The national groups do pretty well too. Again, obviously there's some distinctions between where we are geographically. But the challenges can be so complex and technical that group still kind of creates a really good environment to bounce ideas off and problem solve. Thank you.
I know that really getting this up and running and getting broadband out to everyone, but you talk about the workforce problem. Have you all considered partnering with some of the career technical education centers and our junior colleges, you know, really to help build that workforce? So, you know, you have those truck riders that I'm not sure, you know, what's the length of time it would get someone prepared to do, you know, what, you know, the jobs that you need, but, you know, working with them to provide these opportunities, and these opportunities don't end.
Right.
You know, when broadband is available, because it's gonna have to be maintained.
Maintain, that's huge, absolutely. I'm comfortable right now and confident in terms of the progress we've got started in that area. Really, it's been to this point, a lot of discussions and bringing people together. Over the next couple of months, as we close out this calendar year, we will be doing some more focus type groups on workforce development specifically. And it involves the stakeholders you're exactly talking about, our educational institutions. You know, surprisingly enough, in Idaho, the unions have been not only engaged, but successful because they know the approach they can take in Idaho. You know, it can't be the full union way or the highway, but they know where there's some opportunity, and training is extremely important to the union. I specifically talking about the Idaho Brotherhood of Electrical Workers and then the Communication Workers of America. And so they're helping to develop some plans. So yeah, hope to see that get a little bit more traction in terms of like tangible efforts.
Yep, and I've done the same thing. I've had conversations across the board, same with the unions, but also with the tribes. I think there's a great opportunity for any community that has a generation gap. Take the rural farmer, the generational farmer, and it's now skipping generations. So a lot of that land's going to trust, and nobody's there to maintain it. There's now a desire for people to move out of the coast and move towards Idaho and the Midwest for better quality of life. There's an opportunity to tackle or tap into some of those resources in the children that they're raising through their education careers. So it's also an opportunity for small business. So if you know some guys that are interested and are engaged in construction and engaged in technology and cybersecurity, those folks are going to be needed. So start looking out, look at who's who in the zoo that is receiving this funding, and that may be an opportunity to have more discussions. And I'm happy to help. I'm sure Ramon is, if you guys have any questions and want to bounce them off us, and we'll put our information in the slide deck that'll go out, and look forward to hearing from you.
Right, thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Peter. Thanks, David. Ron.
We're gonna welcome, Shannon, I think you're gonna be closing us out with the next session. So, but thank you, gentlemen, round of applause to them. I learned a lot, so.
We have a way to project this. Yes. Yes. Please prepare for. Just push none, or, yeah, you should push the, yep. Okay. All right, do you want the whole thing, or do you want me to just start from?
Yeah, just did from the beginning.
Okay, great. Let me just make sure I have you.
Oh.
Where are the lights? In the back. Okay.
Yeah.
It's the back, it's the center and the back. We did this before. The presentation will come here shortly. We just gotta wait for the camera to warm up.
I am the last person that is keeping you guys between going home, so I will talk quickly. Maybe you guys get out early.
You know what? We might have you sit over. I just realized because we don't have a.
It'd be more important for me to see the. And we'll
You got it?
share it, can't we? With the,
Yeah, we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Look at that. Okay.
And before I start, I just want to, this is a reminder to everybody in the room, attend all your meetings you're scheduled for. I missed one planning meeting for this. Out of how many meetings did we have, Jackie? And then I was put on an agenda to close it out with a presentation, so.
I did that.
Yeah, I showed up at the next meeting, I'm like, what, why am I here? Oh, they're closing us out, Shannon, so, no, I appreciate Carrie who volunteered me for this. And I think why she was gracious enough to offer this opportunity is SBA 70th birthday this year. So in case anybody missed all the marketing we did, so I wanted to just do a really quick presentation on how SBA has helped small businesses. I think you guys have heard it throughout the day because we've been on every panel. But I mean, we are truly everything for small businesses. So I'll see if I can navigate this to the right. Just
tell me.
All right, next slide.
Next slide. As it should.
Maybe.
Next slide. Next slide.
So this is our money impact. This is just for one fiscal year, and this is just for the Boise district. And in case you guys don't know, that does not include northern Idaho. So we are southern and eastern Idaho and 6 rural counties of Oregon. But this is how many dollars our agency brought to small businesses in Idaho through our 2 core loan programs. That's a lot of money. So. Okay, now we're going to do some breakdowns. This is my favorite slide. So 1 year, 38% of our portfolio was to startup businesses. And as business owners know, it's hard to get a traditional bank loan when you are brand new and you don't have 2 years of taxes, you don't have history. And that's where SBA comes into play, is we're here to help small businesses start. So almost 40%. Rural loans, almost a quarter of our loans were to rural areas. We're working on that, but it's grown and we're going to keep growing it. And a lot of it is just educating our lenders, going out to the banks and letting them know, hey, these are options. If you can't quite get it done, if it's a little short on collateral, bring us in. It's a federally secured loan. So it's just really me and my team getting out to these rural areas. Women-owned business, we're making gains in that as well in Idaho. So we're slowly creeping up. And I like that each year my slides get better and better. So, and that was just way too hard to make in a pie chart. And I want to thank Thea for making these beautiful charts for me, because I just still be at home making them. So, and this is, and what's cool about this, it's a representation of Idaho's demographics. So we're getting there. Everybody recognizes this. We did 3 years. Everybody knows this little guy on the screen. This is how many dollars Idaho did during pandemic. It was a truly national emergency. Nobody was prepared for it. Like I mentioned earlier, Congress mandated we need funds for small businesses. They are dying. SBA make it happen. And we didn't have any programs. We didn't have the PPP in our back pocket. We didn't have the EIDL in our back pocket. We created these programs and got them out immediately to these small businesses. It wasn't perfect, but it helped small businesses survive. And so Paycheck Protection, we did almost 22,000 of those here in Idaho. I want to tell you, First Federal over there, you know, our lenders made it happen. They were up, I'm not kidding, 24 hours a day. Honey, I mean, we got so many calls, they were waiting for the East Coast banks to go to bed and Idaho would hop on. And that's the commitment to small businesses. So when I present all these stats, it's just not a federal agency. It's our lenders that help these small businesses who are willing to use SBA loans to better our economies. So you can,
Sorry, I went back. I went to.
No, you're good.
Go back.
So everybody heard of the Paycheck Protection, everybody heard of the EIDL loans. We also did Save the Stages. And we did a lot of those here in Idaho. We did the Botanical Gardens, I think the ballet. Every theater we helped, the restaurant revitalization. We did 300 loans here in Idaho for our restaurants to keep them open. So I think that shows how the federal government uses SBA in order to help protect these small businesses.
Okay. Oops. See, now I'm on the wrong button.
I tried to find cool pictures. This is contracting. This is people working. So
love it.
And I have two sides, federal contract dollars for projects in Idaho. So this could be that maybe they were awarded to other firms, but this is all the work that was done within Idaho. 27,000 awards last year. That's a really big number, and you're quick. This one is Idaho-based firms. So these are all the contract awards in Idaho companies, but they could have done the work in Washington or Montana or Dakotas or whatnot. 28,000 awards to Idaho-based firms.
Wait for your cues.
Where's the number come
Where is Greg? They came from Greg. That's where they came from. No, I mean, we can track all the contracts awarded.
Yeah.
Through our firms and all the projects.
Incredible.
And this one is a business owner trying to get help. That's what I tried to project in this picture. So this is our resource partners. Ruth isn't here, but Susie she's two of these blocks up here. So through our partners, we counseled 5,500 businesses last year. And these are just the client's touch. That's not showing how many times and how many hours that our resource partners worked with these small businesses. It's trainings, it's counselings, it's workshops. Our resource partners do so much to get these businesses ready for the lenders, to get them ready for the contracts, to get them ready for Apex. So we can't do it without our resource partners. So that, again, this is SBA dollars. 5,500 businesses helped and counseled. Success stories. I love this one. I'm from Eastern Idaho, so anytime I can highlight an Eastern Idaho business, and they make mermaid tails. So it's what's not to love about this one. This is a really cool story. I had a loan lender relations specialist, had a little girl, was watching Nickelodeon, saw this really cool mermaid tail that her daughter had to get. So they ordered it off Nickelodeon. She had it on her doorstep 2 days later. And she was like, wow, that is incredible service. She looked it up and it was shipped from Idaho Falls. And she was like, I've got to go check out that company. So she actually called. We found out that they started with the SBA loan. This grandma had made her granddaughter a mermaid tail in the garage. It caught on. The Suns took it over. They said, we're gonna expand it. They got an SBA loan. That was their first facility, over 10,000 square feet. They're international, they're huge. I mean, Channing Tatum's daughter, all these celebrities are posting these little mermaid towels, and it was all from a grandma's basement. They got their start with the with a 504 loan. And this is some of their stats. Once they were able to get a facility through securing one of our loans, 200 towels per month, which is, I don't know, 2,000 towels a year, to 500,000 towels per year, from 180 countries is supposed to be, and 75 full and part-time employees. And it's done in Idaho Falls. They tried to get local engineers and local designers. They tried to work with Idaho BYU and ISU, and we took it from the basement to now an international company with a loan. So that's a great story. Dings, he was my small business person of the year this year. From Thailand. He had a restaurant, I think was in New York, was doing kind of a cross-country thing. I said, oh my gosh, Idaho is amazing. I want to live in Idaho. He got one of our loans, opened up a restaurant in Ketchum, right below Sun Valley for the BC team. Did great, got a second SBA loan, opened up a second restaurant. Got a PPP loan through the pandemic, and he remained fully staffed and paid all his employees throughout the entire pandemic. Now he's opening up his third facility with another SBA loan, and he's up to 13 employees. Just a tiny little sushi bar in the middle of a tiny rural town below a ski resort. But it took that one loan, and they just grow from there. And lastly, another East Idaho company. I don't say favorites, obviously. Contracting success story. Native American women-owned company. She entered our SBA program. Naturally led to a lot more federal contracts she was awarded with. She grew from 72 employees to 125, increased her revenue 51%, just tapping into that larger database of federal awards, and she gets those set aside for being women-owned and Native American-owned. She is now in 3 states, 4 different offices. This is a biggie. I thought my small business person of the year for Idaho was cool. She was awarded DOE's Small Business Person of the Year across the entire country. She got her designation. So she's grown tremendously, and one of my favorite success stories, because this is a lady that had all the cards stacked against her. Grew up on a reservation, poverty. She kept working. She got into her 8A program. She got all the certifications, and she's just on gangbusters.
Jen, and I would like to add, when I talked to her, she said, I live in the country. That was many years ago.
Yeah. This lady has been through it all, and she met with all her resource partners. She worked with the Women's Business Center extensively. And she used all the resources available. Everything that you guys have heard about today, she went on that journey, and she ended up where she was, and she utilized a lot of the resources from this room.
Okay, yep, sorry, making a note.
So here is the plug. If you want to be considered for a National Small Business Person of the Year, especially you guys online as well, it's sba.gov/NSBW for National Small Business Week. And one more slide. And our youngest, in addition to our team, none of us know how to make these, but Thea made one for us. She joined our office a month ago. She said, "You do this, you do this." I'm like, I don't know how. And so, yeah, you guys can scan this, and it puts them where, Thea?
Just if you want to opt in for a newsletter.
Our newsletter. She's bringing us into the current century, so thank you. But that's really, and this was an SBA showcase. But as you can see, it wasn't just an SBA showcase. It was our lenders for our capital. It was our resource partners to get the counseling. it takes all of us to get these people to the Small Business People of the Year. And that's what I love about Idaho, is that it is all of us that make it happen. And I'm part of the closing remarks, and that's my closing remarks. I know we're trying to get out of here, and I really thank David and Jackie for coming to Idaho. This was amazing. I personally, I've been with 3 different federal agencies for over 15 years, and I'm still learning. This was, all our panel members, thank you. Very informative, and to the small businesses, I know you have businesses, I know you have jobs, so thank you, everybody, and I'll pass it back.
All right. Thank you. So yeah, so Amy, would you get the lights first? Yep. So now we're going to transition to our closing remarks. Oh,
Amy, Karen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
so I will follow shortly behind Shannon for the closing remarks. And so again, I want to thank everybody. So those online that have stayed with us, as well as the folks within the room for rural development. We're very pleased to be a part of this. And again, we'll direct everybody to, we have some resources out on the table, but also our USDA service centers. That's where we will be able to provide resources, direction. If we can't answer it, we're going to try to find somebody that can. So thank you again for participating today. And I'm going to turn it over to-
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you all. This is not something that I work with day to day, but I've learned a whole lot, and working with you all this last couple of months has been really fun and crazy that we made it. Yeah, we made it. And that's also why I actually was on the meetings, and I'm still here right now. So that doesn't happen to us. Jackie's just that good, but it takes all of you, and it takes all of you at home and that are joining us, and you're going to share this with other people, because this is one of those things that I'm taking away to when I talk to our staff about how to help our producers when they come in, because we have lots of people coming in that have small businesses and they don't know where to go. So this has been great for me. So thank you all for being here and bringing your questions, and to the panelists, because we are all affected by this one way or the other. So we're looking forward to seeing and working more with our sister agencies as usual, and all of you online. So thank you very much from Idaho NRCS.
Well, I'd like to thank our speakers. I'd like to thank our attendees. I'd like to thank our participants online for joining us on our Path to Prosperity tour. We hope that this is a call to action for small business owners to develop stronger relationships with banks, with technical assistance providers. We know you heard a lot of information today. It's hard to keep track of everything, but reach out to any of the presenters, and we'll be more than happy to connect you with whomever can help you best, or to share with you what we shared today. I'd like to thank our partners at USDA and SBA for their collaborative efforts to make today a success. It's been a pleasure working with you all. On behalf of the FDIC, thank you for being here, and thank you for participating, and we hope you can share some of the knowledge today with others.
Thank you. I think, I mean, I don't have anything else to say. This state is remarkable. And the employees here have just been a breath of fresh air. And we are so fresh, and the partners, the small businesses. I mean, it's just so rewarding, to be here with you all, to share these resources. And again, my contact information is on the email. Please feel free to reach out to me at any time.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take too much of your time, but thank you all. I know, like Shannon mentioned, everyone's got a job and got the day-to-day of their days that you guys forfeited to be with us. And so hopefully this was helpful. Please, if there's any way that we can connect, I think that's the whole idea of us coming to your town and seeing if we can connect. And if it's not for you, maybe for another small business owner that could not make it, that you can say, hey, I think this is a good opportunity for you to talk to. And that's exactly what we want to do. We want to build those community relationships. And really, we hope that we'll be back. Hopefully that you guys invite us back. I know that it's a large state, so maybe we'll visit maybe another area that you guys think it's appropriate for us to go to. But we do thank you. Again, slides, contact information, a 2-page is going to be sent out, as well as the recording of this this gathering, so thank you.
Make sure it was a recording. I don't know if you have to stop the recording.
I know, I need my glasses.
I will leave that to you.